Here we go. Is this working? Can I hear myself? Yeah, or not? Hooray! We have sound. I am amazed. It's not my usual microphone, but I switched and finally it seems to be working. Let's hope some of you will actually find your way over here now that the stream has been restarted. I do apologize for that whole mishap. I wish I knew what went wrong. All right. So yeah, I am now using my webcam microphone. I don't know if I want to switch to the usual microphone and see if that one works after the weird sound thing that happened earlier. Let's stick with this for now. All right. Sorry for the whole like tech issues. This sucks, but what can you do? Mostly, I apologize for you having to hear those weird sound noises. I don't know what went on there. Well, I mean, what can you do? Anyway, let's get this started and let's see how long we can actually keep this going for tonight. Cheers, everybody. I certainly need a drink. Hello, Apollo, and hello, Oso. Thanks for sticking with me throughout this mess here. And Jin also. Hello, Jin. How are you doing out there in your burning country? Hooray! Hello, Ori. Yes, it's working now. I have no idea why the other thing didn't work, but you know, it is technology, and as we all know, technology doesn't work. No, you did not spell that wrong. Also, that was actually good. Yeah, I just saw the other one starting, and I am kind of happy that I don't have to watch that, or that I have a very good excuse not to watch that because I don't. Yeah, it may still come up during the during conversations. I'm not opposed to talking about it, but I, you know, I certainly have different opinions on the whole subject from what I expect that other stream to be. Yeah. Anyway, Apollo, I am okay. Somewhat tired. I came back this morning at like 2 a.m., but I woke up at like 7-ish because that's sort of like when I usually wake up. So even though, you know, short night and I was somewhat tired, but you know, what can you do? I went to a concert and it was great. So it was certainly worth it. Oh yeah, I saw that, Jin, that you know, suddenly people have to figure out that Maine actually exists. Um, I saw that new Daniel Green video. Yes, the 3-minute one where he talks about that one conversation between Naomi King and some other person. I saw that. I don't think it changes my opinions in any meaningful way. No, Amanda over at Strange Mentality Paper is doing a live stream at something called like Let's Talk About What Happened on BookTube. Hello, Aditya. I hope I did not mispronounce that too much. Yes, I saw that, but I obviously I'm not watching the live stream that is currently going on. Yeah, no, it's. I think we need to talk about like what happened on BookTube at some point, but I think we need to wait a bit longer in some ways, and ideally someone else than me would talk about that because there is a larger conversation to be had on like how to talk about allegations of that kind of nature and what believing victims does in fact mean and what it doesn't mean. And I think most of BookTube still has to learn that and is currently taking the wrong lessons there, and that's pretty frustrating to me. So yeah, certainly something that may or may not come up depending on how angry I get during the stream. I did, however, spend all day reading Bone Silence by Alistair Reynolds, so that was fun. It will, I mean, I still have a couple of chapters to go, which I will read tomorrow morning, and then I'll record the final pirate video because on Tuesday, I'll get like a temporary tooth replacement, and then I won't look as piratey anymore, and that means I'll talk about something else. That something else, obviously, being Mormons again. I get to go back into the minds of Mormon or something like that. So I think to put it, so I'm very excited to go back to Mormonism. It's certainly something I finally want to get done, and I was so ready to record those the Mormonism video when I knocked out the tooth, and then I'm like, oh God, I need to put this on hold. So that's what I'm doing. I am, going to do that final pirate video tomorrow, and then it is Mormonism all the way down. And yeah, it's almost the end of the month already. So new books coming out next month. Very early on, like 4th of March, is when The River Has Roots comes out, and I'm very excited to read that one. There was another one also coming out on the 4th of March that I have already forgotten which one it was. Well, we had to wait for the gold tooth for a while longer also because like it's going to be like a temporary replacement, and then they'll put in like the implant, and after that one has settled in, after a while you actually get the new sort of like tooth, and that means until then I have time to figure out how much a gold tooth actually costs, and if I want to go that far or if I just stick with a normal looking tooth at that point. We'll see. I doubt Mormons have a Balrog. I'm pretty sure they don't. Oh, the Demi-Dreg has arrived. Let's talk about Worms of the Earth, which is a wonderful short story by Robert E. Howard. It's one of the Bran McMorn stories, and it's surprisingly not among the more racist ones of his stories. Maybe that's because it's all about Picts and Romans and stuff. You still get some, weird ideas about older races and so forth, but that's more like your Arthur Marken style kind of thing, and less, racist in that regard. Maybe it's also, that if you set your story in like Roman era Britain, you don't have that many black people to be racist against, which I guess is something that made it easier for Howard to write that kind of story. So yeah, Jerome, what is everybody reading? I am very much, as I said, reading or rereading Bone Silence by Alistair Reynolds, which is the third Revenger story, and I was surprised by how aggressively anti-capitalist it gets near the end of that series. Which are obviously fine by me, but I because I read it when it came out, which is like 6 years ago, sort of, I think 5 or 6 years ago, and I had like memories of it when I was rereading Revenge. I'm like, oh, there's certainly there's a metaphor to be in here about capitalism and so forth, and then but probably I'm reading too much into it because that's kind of the kind of person I am, and then by book two, by Shadow Captain, I was even more convinced about that it is certainly in there, but more subtext. And now that I'm on Bone Silence, I'm like, no, this is very much not not subtext anymore. At the point where Alistair Reynolds talks about the means of production, I'm like, I guess there is a clear message in here, which good for Reynolds and good for me, I guess. Ooh, anti-Oedipus. That sounds like a lot of fun. Audible is pushing that one really heavily on me at the moment, and I guess that means I will go to it at some point, but maybe not right now. Who knows? So that's something. I have not read that one, Apollo, but I assume, yeah, I mean, obviously it will be, it is a very, very sad book, I guess. One that makes you sad and angry, which, will probably get even worse after tomorrow's elections. Oh, nice. Some Angela Davis. That's a good choice there also. I have well, I mean, I did read Bell Hooks' The Feminist Theory from Margin to Center earlier this week, and I did read Sarah Ahmed's Living a Feminist Life this week. And then I did, of course, read Chanel Miller's Know My Name, which is, well, about her story and her attempts of getting, well, of surviving the court system after being sexually assaulted and so forth, and how it's it's an interesting book. I highly recommend you read it, but it's certainly not going to make you very happy at any point in time. I might still make a video on that one. Might be smarter and better and more productive than talking about the Daniel Green situation in a video at the moment. Ooh, nice. The King in Yellow. Did you just read The King in Yellow, or did you like read the entire collection with what's in there, Repair of Reputation, and the weird ones about France as well, Jeroen? And Swords and Wizardry. Is that the one with the Stardock story in it, or is that with Swords and Ice Magic? Because kind of confuse which one is where, which ones are which in these collections, in the sword collections. I know one has a Stardock bit in it, and possibly also the Bazaar of the Bizarre, and the other one has the whole like Sea King thing where they're traveling and having obviously sex with all kinds of mermaids, because it's still Fritz Lieber. Ah, okay. Lots of Cornwall I don't like that much, and I have not yet read Queer Phenomenology by Ahmed, but it's certainly on the list of stuff. I've read her Feminist Killjoy Handbook, and I've read On Being Included, and one other that I can't remember right now. It might be Complaint, possibly Complaint. Who knows? So yeah, but Queer Phenomenology is certainly happening as well. Nice, nice choice there with homage to Catalonia. So yeah, that's roughly where my reading is. As I said, after Bone Silence, I will probably go back to my Mormon studies stuff. There's a book that I wanted to read and I haven't read yet because yeah, I still find more academic books on different aspects of Mormon history. The longer I keep pushing forward that book, but there's that video, but there's one that I wanted to read about Mormon sort of millenarianism and apocalypticism in a lot of ways, and that's certainly an element that I'm always interested in because it's the part that goes into like conspiracism and all of that, and I kind of like that stuff. So that one I still want to read, and I haven't read yet. So that's certainly happening in the next couple of days, and I'm sure I'll find some other book to read. Oh, and I just remember I have to reread The Worm Ouroboros for my offline book club because we meet on Thursday. Yeah, next Thursday. And talk about, or maybe Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday is the 26th, I think. And that means I am talking about The Worm Ouroboros, which, cool book, but hard to read. So it'll be interesting to see what the others think about it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not much of a fan of Lacan in any meaningful way. So yeah, yeah, nice. Um, but it'll be a while until I get there. Yeah, I don't know if an exorcism would work on me in any meaningful way there. Although I don't know what you want to exercise from me, Wendy. That's something you might want to, clarify some. But it's always a good idea. Anyway, um, uh, as I was saying, it was just interesting for me with Bone Silence how explicit these things suddenly get in, a book about piracy and stuff. But it's a fun book. It also has weird technology, which you know the skulls of dead aliens that are used basically as a wireless communication tool, which you know I'm always fascinated when sci-fi authors come up with something this far out there, and I'm like, oh, this is actually really scary and spooky and fun. I have not seen that, Jin, so I wouldn't know what you're talking about there. Oh, Gemmel's Legend is pretty cool. I mean, it's not the best book ever written, but I think it is an interesting sort of like 80s fantasy book with the setup being just this basically this one siege and so forth. It's interesting how it's built up and what it does and what it doesn't do. There's a lot of like uncomfortable sort of Orientalism or sort of racism in there when it deals with those um, nomads that are attacking the fortress. That stuff is certainly hasn't aged too well, I would argue. But beyond that, I think Legend is a fun book to read. I certainly enjoyed it when I read it like years and years and years ago. So yeah, um, Bone Silence tomorrow morning, and then obviously voting, and then maybe or maybe not actually, watching the news to find out how the elections are going, which will be very very depressing. I know some friends have already sort of like made the plan to meet up and get very very drunk as a defense mechanism against the whole depression that will set in tomorrow evening. But I'm not sure if I want to join them for that or not. I mean, obviously, I was invited, but I'm not quite sure if I think that's a good thing to do. Know what I mean? So yeah, that's something that will happen, as I said, somehow tomorrow. Maybe I'll just do nothing in the evening and just don't watch the news, or I give up and become a fatalist because it's not exactly going to be good, no matter how the results will be. But I guess the big question will be how many votes the AfD will get. That's sort of like I think where we'll find out how bad the situation in Germany really is and how much of it is me being overly pessimistic or not. I That's a good question there, Wendy. I don't necessarily know if I would. Like, I don't think I would, but maybe. But I mean, economics is not my main sort of interest in general, so it's not like I'm constantly reading stuff for, economic stuff. But yeah, so I don't necessarily read every papal you know, encyclica. So probably not. Um, I think elections do matter in some form, right? Like not in everything, obviously, and I think elections matter in that they are a good sort of like indicator of what people are thinking. It may not lead to any, significant change in policies or anything of the sorts, but it does kind of show you what most people are sort of really thinking or believing in a way that polls don't necessarily do, because there's a difference between who gets asked in a poll and who actually goes to the trouble of making a cross somewhere every 4 years. Does it impact decision making? Not that much, of course, but yeah, I mean, it is proto grimdark. I mean, it has had an impact on a lot of like grimdark authors. I think it also is, Gamel being sort of like part of the British fantasy writing tradition, and that obviously is something that Abercrombie also came out of. So you have that sort of like traditional thing there that in that regard it reads that way, I think. So that's true. It doesn't get as grim, dark, and as bleak as later grimdark. It is very much the kind of story that does have it lacks that cynicism and that nihilism in a lot of ways. It is grittier than a lot of fantasy that was published at the time, but it lacks that nihilism. Um, that's a good question, Ori. I am pretty good at staying drunk, but I don't know if I want to keep that up for like 4 years. But it's certainly possible. It's also very expensive. Yeah, of course, Apollo. That's the other part, right? Like, no matter how the elections go, what we need to do is, build sort of like grassroots movements, build mutual aid situations, and all of that to make sure that we're okay and that stuff is getting better. That for sure. But once again, that's not electoral politics. That is more like everyday organizing and politics on like that personal and social level, and not the votes. The votes are more like something that can be swung around and used as an argument to make ever more inhuman policies, and that's unfortunate as well. Yeah, there's certainly something to that, Jen. It is a very astrological in a lot of ways, and I mean, obviously there is stuff where you could go and let's say yes, economics make a lot of sense as macroeconomics is certainly a discipline that is worth looking at, because we can certainly look at things and see how they are working and trying to figure something out. The problem is, of course, when you treat economics as something like a science, which it really isn't in that regard. It's not the same way that, say, physics is science, right? Because physics is about looking at the world and coming up with rules that may govern the physical world, and that works. Economics is making up rules and claiming that the world works according to those rules, and then trying to sort of force the world into a you know sort of force the world to adhere to the rules that you made up before. In that regard, it's much more like religion than anything else, and that's certainly a problem. It's one of those things where reading Polanyi's The Great Transformation is worthwhile, because he's exactly looking at that idea of like how, say, a fully free market is in fact something that doesn't exist and has never existed, and the fact that people tried to force markets to be free is what led to fascism, according to Polanyi, and he's probably not fully wrong with that one. So highly recommend reading that book in case you haven't yet, as one of those like economic history kind of books that does have some interesting things to say, and it's worth reading and worth listening to, I think. John, I doubt that you and I understand the same thing when we say Marxism, right? So that's why I am not going down that discussion right now. I personally believe that Marx's analysis of capitalism is very much spot on in a lot of ways, probably more spot on than a lot of other analyses of capitalism. And I do believe that capitalism is fundamentally broken and needs to be changed. In that, if we go that far, I am certainly uh, influenced by Marxist ideas and Marxist theory, right? But that does not mean I am going down the we will have Stalinist planned economy, and that's the only solution to everything. That's not what I would say, and that's certainly not something I would call Marxism. But I know that in a lot of ways people claim that is Marxism, go like, "Oh, Marxism is bad. Look at the Soviet Union." It's like, that's not Marxism. Marxism is not a set of rules of how to rule the world. It is a lot of theories about a lot of things. So yes, I am very much pro-Marxist theory when it comes to analyses of history, of capitalism and so forth. And I think that's something that a lot of people should be, or at least read some Marx before they make a choice. No. Also, no. An AfD victory will not be as bad as MAGA in a lot of ways. So the first part that you need to sort of like keep in mind is that the way German elections, German politics work, right, is that we have the parliament, the Bundestag. Yes, it's the building is the Reichstag, but it is called the Bundestag, the parliament, basically. And every party that gets over 5% of the vote gets into the Bundestag, gets into parliament. Parties that don't get like at least 5% don't end up in the Bundestag, in parliament. There's a way around that, which means that if you have like three candidates like getting directly voted into parliament, then you also get obviously seats in parliament, but basically you have to have over 5%, which was instituted to avoid having too many splinter parties, but still make it the kind of democracy where a lot of where you usually have coalitions of two, sometimes three parties in government, which means that no matter what is going to happen, the AfD will not basically take over all of government in one fell swoop, because that's not how our system works. Whereas obviously in the US, you have like whoever becomes president then basically runs the show, and because you only have two parties, what with the Republicans having both like Senate and the House of Senate and House and the president, they can do whatever the fuck they want. The AfD will not have that power. Worst case is they will be part of a coalition with the Christian Democrats, which are sort of like our right, center right, drifting further to the right all the time, sort of conservative party. Your old school conservatives, sort of in a sense of, well, I guess there's somewhere between moderate, somewhere around moderate Democrats, I would argue, roughly politically, right? So the AfD, that's the worst case. They will be part of a government, but not the only part of that government, and they will. So ideally, there will be some mitigating forces. Now, I don't think that is what's going to happen because technically, everyone else has said they won't cooperate with the AfD. Obviously, the Christian Democrats have already broken that rule, that promise recently, but I don't think they will go for the full coalition. So what would happen is that the AfD, by dint of being one of the largest parties in parliament, will have, a lot of ways of setting agendas, of annoying everyone, forcing everyone else to work together to, keep a government going despite of the AfD. And through that, they can, of course, change policies and so forth. Then there's, of course, a middling version, which is that the Christian conservatives don't actually start a coalition with the AfD, but do in fact start, running a government that is basically accepted by the AfD. So the AfD does not have any ministers and so forth in the actual sort of like function apparatus of government, but they basically accept voting, um, voting with Christian conservative proposals, sort of like a tacit sort of support kind of thing. I don't know if that is likely to happen either, but so in that regard, it can't be as bad as MAGA because there's no way that the AfD will take over all of sort of like the federal government in one go. That's just not going to happen. At least not this election, right? Windy, it's not about that. It is the idea that a fully free market in the neoliberal sense, in the hardcore neoliberal sense, with no connection to society, is a fiction that does not exist. Because even the freest free markets of, your Adam Smiths, right, are in fact sort of tied to and embedded in the society in which they function, and taking that embeddedness away is what a fully sort of like Chicago school style free market would mean. And because that is basically impossible, that leads to fascism. It's not saying that free market is fascism. It is saying that the way the illusion of a fully free market was sort of forced into being in the late 19th century, early 20th century, led to all the economic failures of the 1920s that led to fascism. That's a different position. I did not say that free market is fascism. That's not necessarily that's just not true. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. So in case you misunderstood me there, that's what I said. It is in fact the attempts of implementing a full free market by basically not taking into account the social costs of any form of economics lead to the preconditions that can lead to fascism. And what fascists then do with markets is, of course, very much not free markets, but basically re-embedding them into their specific vision of society. That's just how that works. And Polanyi's approach or idea or thought in the Great Transformation is, in fact, that we as a society need to figure out how to embed the market in society, how to have the market as free as possible without but also with the constraints that are necessary for a society to function, and through those negotiations establish a market that is as free as possible while also with as little harm to society as possible to avoid going back to fascism. So I think in that regard, he's much closer to those things that you just mentioned, the Leo 13th, is it 13th? I don't know, encyclica there. What do you mean by that, Wendy, that you wish that MAGA and the AfD were like I described them? Well, just to be clear, our candidate for chancellor of the Christian Conservatives, Friedrich Merz, used to be on the board of BlackRock. So there you go. Just saying, that's no. I'm not saying that Friedrich Merz is a fascist. I don't think he is one. I don't think he cares. He's too far beyond that to care. That's I think the larger problem there, that you have a lot of people in, especially the sort of what still calls itself the Conservative Party, and obviously the current like Liberal Party in the sense of the FDP, the Free Democrats of Germany, uh, which is, the kind of neoliberalism that only works for the kind of people that already have so much money that they will be on the winning side of these specific forms of running a market, which leads to forming monopolies and so forth. I don't think that happens a lot, of course. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole like calling himself king thing, maybe it's weird seeing that. I would prefer if people got upset about other things that he did, because calling himself king is bullshit. At the end of the day, it's trolling, right? It's very much that, because I'm pretty sure that sort of like Trump does not exactly know what being king means. I don't think he has an idea of like divine right of kings or anything of the sorts. He just likes shiny things and crowns are golden. So I guess that's as far as the thought process goes there. So there's certainly that, like, and the Second Amendment is obviously not just anti-monarchy. And I think like the one thing that goes against Trump establishing a monarchy is that I don't think he likes any of his kids enough to make them like his heirs, and give hand over power after death even. So maybe that's what what will save the U.S. from a will save the U.S. from becoming monarchy is Trump's mean-spiritedness. I guess one can dream. So maybe, but it's certainly wild to see how things are going there in the US. And yes, Germany will be bad in some way, but I don't think it will be the kind of bad that we that kind of bad. I guess what I expect to happen, this is me being depressed, is that we will get a coalition between the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, because that's most likely the only sort of viable thing, a viable coalition, or Christian Conservatives and Green Party, depending on how sort of like the chips go down tomorrow. because there is sort of, when I mentioned the 5% thing earlier, that is an important aspect, because it means that there are several parties right now that may or may not end up in parliament. And if they don't end up in parliament, then coalition options are different. And those parties are, on the one hand, it's the Liberal Party, the neoliberal party, the FDP, the because they well they've always been a relatively small party, somewhere around the 5 to 10% ish, and they actively broke the coalition, which led to those early elections that we're having tomorrow. And that hasn't necessarily made them more popular, and because they have become a more and more sort of niche party in general, jettisoning all the stuff about civil rights that they used to have in their party program, for just like lower taxes for businesses, and yeah, ultra neoliberal stuff there. That they have like a much smaller voter base, because yeah, very few people probably benefit from this anymore. So yeah, so there's a good chance they won't make it in, and they have usually been like the preferred coalition partner, at least in the last couple of decades, the preferred coalition partner for the Christian conservatives. But if they don't get in, the Christian conservatives basically have to deal with either the Greens or the Social Democrats, unless they want to once again break that sort of promise of not working together with the AfD. So that's one of those parties. Then there is, of course, the left party, just called Die Linke, or the left, which has always sort of scraped around the 5%, and there's a good chance they might not make it, or just make it barely, and they might be a potential sort of like support for a Social Democrat Green coalition, although chances for that I think are very, very low, for all kinds of like historical reasons, and I don't think the numbers will be enough for that to sort of work. And then there is the BSW, or a Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, which is a breakaway movement from the left party, and skews much more pro-Russia, much more sort of national nationalist leftist in a way, um, which, a lot of like anti-immigrant rhetoric, but also sort of old class struggle rhetoric in there, while being funded by, having a lot of support from Russia, from Putin's Russia, and always supporting Putin's Russia, and, taking a long time to have any firm stance on the war in Ukraine, for example, in which the BSV is much closer to AfD than any other party. And they have also like a sort of chance of maybe making it, or probably not making it. And those three smaller parties, they'll be sort of like one of the key things to look out for tomorrow, to see where the future might be heading. Because if all three of them get in, building a coalition might get much more difficult. If all three stay out, and we only have basically four parties, that being Christian Conservative, Social Democrat, Green, and AfD, then it should be possible for the Christian Conservatives most likely to either do a coalition with the Social Democrats or the Greens against the thing. Now, the thing that will happen at that point is, of course, that yes, there will be anti-immigrant policies. There will be all kinds of troubling approaches to saving the supposedly broken economy, that will usually lead to ignoring climate change, and building more car infrastructure, ignoring public transport, all the stuff that so clearly hasn't worked the last 30 years, but may sort of mollify the frustrated voters at least long enough to, get to the next elections, and maybe just win the next election. So that's sort of what I expect where things will go. So it will be more xenophobic, in that it will ramp up all kinds of restrictions against immigrants, which leads to normalizing racist violence in the country, and all of those things that will happen, and that's incredibly fucked up. Depending on how things go with the other stuff, I assume we will maybe see increased spending in defense stuff, but I don't know if. that clearly depends on how much money there is. If there will probably also be a backlash against reasonable and important topics like, say, gender equality, for example. Certainly something that the Christian conservatives are not necessarily the biggest fans of, and there's stuff like that. So you will have that sort of like cultural conservatism, which, to be fair, is deeply ingrained in a lot of like in large parts of the German population in general. So that will just maybe be reinforced, and important changes will either not be made or will be turned back. So a lot of that stuff will happen, but I think it'll be much slower and much more gradual than than anything you see in America with MAGA and with Trump, right? The other part is, of course, that the way the German system is set up, these things will take much longer. You don't have the idea, the chancellor can't just push out executive orders the way that the Trump is. You can't do that. Also, our uh, Supreme Court, so to speak, Supreme Court, the equivalent to the Supreme Court here, which is the Bundesverfassungsgericht, the Constitutional Court, which is where sort of like cases that are about constitutional ideas and so forth end up, is far more independent from politically independent than the Supreme Court, in that obviously judges do not get like, the nomination process is a very different one from here, from the Supreme Court in the US. And that also, leads to that court being much more likely to strike down any like new laws that don't necessarily agree with the Constitution. And to change the Constitution, you need like a two-thirds majority, and chances of that are very, very slim. So it's there are some safety sort of like devices built into German and the German Constitution and the German state at the moment that that the US doesn't have, that make, even if things get worse, they will get worse much slower than in the US. So, which gives us the chance to build something and hope for in 4 years, because while Trump can like basically wreck the entire US in like 4 years, that's not enough time to fully change like the German democracy in at the moment, the way it is set up, because some people thought that maybe making it harder to take over the state is a good idea. I wonder what kind of experiences drove them to do that when they wrote the German Constitution in the late 1940s. Um, I assume there's a historical reason for that. Oh God, sorry, I just didn't read the chat there. Let me see if I can do something here. I'm pretty sure there's a way for me to block Windy. I have no idea how to do that. But yeah, that's anti-Semitism. We don't like that round here. How do I do that? Sorry, let me find out how to block people. This seems like the kind of thing that is hard to do, because of course it is. This is on. Let me see if there's a way for me to do that from StreamYard. Sorry about that, guys. I wish this were easier. Turns out it is not. Sorry, this is very embarrassing. Anyway, like you can also leave of your own accord, Windy. I would recommend that because yes, we don't accept anti-Semitism here, and as soon as I find out how to ban you, I will report you for hate speech. So there's that, and you know, I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, not that it does a lot. Wendy, it's not true, and it's once again, it is hate speech, and I will very much do something about that as soon as I figure out how to do it. It's not about looking up anything. I know that. Sorry, guys. This is very embarrassing. I'm incredibly sorry. All right, Ori, can you do me a favor if you're still there? Can you send me your YouTube URL uh, on Discord, and then I'll make you moderator, and then you can do all the things that I can't do because accessibility is not exactly what YouTube is good at. That would be really helpful. Because I can't do it otherwise. Apparently, I need your YouTube URL for that, though, which is, fucked up, but what can you do? All right, here we go. Let's see. It should have worked. I don't know. Let me know. But ideally, you are now a moderator and can hopefully do something about this. That would be very, very nice and helpful. Once again, sorry everybody. This was not what I had planned, but turns out, I guess we have to live with the fact that sometimes idiots come here. Yeah, definitely banned for speaking the truth here. Well, I do know what capitalism is, Mr. E, but I don't know if you know. And you can obviously also leave if you feel like it. So yeah, let's get back and talk about something fun and joyful and all of that. I'm sorry to hear that, Chantel, that you DNF'd Color of Magic. Although I can understand it's certainly not the most accessible Terry Pratchett book. Was that your first Discworld, or was that just one you happened to also read after a while? And hello, Kadia. Sorry you came in at like a very, very weird and odd moment here. And hello, Ida, and welcome. All right, so here we go. I don't know what pious papist means by the Aeneid. I assume it's the Aeneid, which is obviously the thing that Virgil wrote before he was turned into a tour guide in hell, which is apparently a job with much more job security than being a poet in Rome, or so I've heard. So yeah, so yeah. Oh, the Plotinus one. Okay, in that case, yeah. I'm not the biggest Plotinus fan. I think, like out of personal preferences, I think Iamblichus is much more fun, much more interesting. But that's more because I like the weirder and odder sides of Neoplatonism. That the stuff that you can use to build your own magic system is much more interesting than Plotinus to me. But obviously, Plotinus is the big player in that regard. I don't know either, Ori. It's all new and a mystery to me. Shards of Earth. Okay. Yeah, my book club has, as I said earlier, has picked the one Ouroboros, so I have to go and reread that one um, before the end of the week. I mean, before Wednesday, which should be doable. I mean, it's a long book, but I've read it before, so I already know what I'm getting myself into there with, all of the odd language, for example. Hey Patrick, yeah, I don't know. It's no, no, no. It's a weird day, I guess. What can you do? Um, yes, Shards of Earth is Adrian Tchaikovsky, which I haven't read, and everyone tells me I should read Adrian Tchaikovsky. Interesting. I wonder if it were the same ones. The thing is, I clicked into the Dead House Gates stream earlier today, but because it was streamed on Matt's and Kathy's and Tori's channels, I think you got like different. Yeah, obviously you got different chats depending on which one you were in, and so I didn't see a lot of like trolling for the time I was in. But that doesn't mean that I also switched to doing other stuff and going back to reading Bone Silence after a while because I don't necessarily know if that's the way to go. I mean, economics in the US are a weird thing in a lot of ways, and I think one big problem there is, of course, that um, if you have something as large as the United States, you can't necessarily apply the same sort of economic policies for, say, New York City that you should apply for, say, West Virginia or say for Texas. You need to sort of go down on a more granular level, the same way that say in Europe, which is one of the problems that you have with the European Union, is of course that you have all these different countries with like very different, demographics, very different economic sort of like structures, economies in a lot of ways, and you try to apply general rules. That's always a big issue. I personally am always a big fan of trying to do as much through, say, cooperatives and so forth as possible. But I know that is also not necessarily easily done immediately, right? Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. I guess you can all start fighting each other now, and I'll just sit back and read the chat and enjoy myself. That's certainly a way of doing it. Yeah, yeah, I think the Daniel Green stuff certainly did do that, and it's not over. And that's one of the things that really frustrates me about the whole Daniel Green situation, beyond anything else, right? And I'm not, making any comments on the specifics of the case because not my place. But what it did is certainly draw a lot of the sort of like right wing grifter culture grifter people that usually spend their time complaining about the characters in video games not having big enough tits. They have sort of figured out that now they can be misogynists about books as well, and I've certainly seen a couple of channels pop up recently doing exactly that. There's like a channel called Word Forge, which has like I think made like 7 videos on Daniel Green and how he's innocent in the last week. And obviously there's John Del Eros and there's like a couple others, and that's one of the things that is one of the fallouts of this whole situation of the last week, is that you have a lot of like of those kind of people suddenly hanging out in book spheres and book spaces, and that's unfortunate. I guess the question there is like whether they'll just stick around because now book conversations have also become a part a more open battlefield in the culture wars, or whether they'll just move on to something else that's interesting and, I don't know, harass some game designers, film critics, or someone else again, which is obviously also not good, right? It's more like a question of where those kind of people go next. But yeah, it's certainly unfortunate. And I think in a partly BookTube is to blame for that, because a lot of people on BookTube, while talking about the Daniel Green situation, did not necessarily do themselves or us as a community any favors, because it basically made it very easy for such malicious actors from the political right to sort of come in and latch onto that. And that's sort of like, I think, the main thing that really frustrates me with the whole thing. You want to be a Marxist? Well, read Marx, I guess. I mean, I think anyone who's interested in any form of capitalism, or like capitalism critique, or just understanding capitalism, can do worse than reading all 3 volumes of Capital. It's a big book, but it's certainly worth reading. And you might be surprised by how much of it is still interesting. Then you can, if you want, you can watch David Harvey's lectures on Capital, Volume 1. I think he has some for Volume 2 and 3 as well, where he goes through the thing like chapter by chapter and adds context. And that's a very helpful way of adding. And then you can read some contemporary authors. I think Cannibal Capitalism by Nancy Fraser is a good book to get started with understanding how contemporary capitalism or critiques of capitalism should work, by intersecting them with feminism, with anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, anti-racism, and environmentalism, because that's all things that need to be put in there. And for example, when it comes to environmentalism, Marx does leave a lot of stuff sort of on the table, because it's the 1840s and people weren't exactly thinking about that yet. In a lot, or not many people were thinking about it yet, but there is stuff there. So yeah, read Marx and read people that talk about Marx. Possibly, yeah, Nancy Fraser, David Harvey. Um, Read some David Graeber. He's not a Marxist; he's more of an anarchist. But read Debt: The First 5,000 Years by David Graeber. It's always worth reading that. And I don't know, go from there, I guess. Yeah, I saw that with Steve Bannon. I think, I mean, yeah, what you gonna do, right? If Elon Musk can do it, so can Steve Bannon. At this point, who cares? It's very, very frustrating. Um, yeah, Chantel. So, see, the thing with Color of Magic is I like that book a lot, but I know a lot of people who read Pratchett for the first time do have the troubles with it. because it is very, very reliant on. I mean, it's his first like Discworld novel, so a lot of stuff is still very much in flux compared to later Discworld novels when the setting is more worked out, and Pratchett has a better handle on how he writes stuff and where he goes. And since Color of Magic is basically three or maybe four, let me think, short stories or novellas stitched together, it doesn't flow as well. It doesn't have like the kind of tight or fairly complex plot that later Discworld novels have, right? So you don't have that, and it is much more explicit about its sort of parody and satirizing of other parts of fantasy. And if you don't have, sort of like if you haven't read the books he's making fun of, then it can get much harder to sort of like get the jokes. For example, in the beginning of Color of Magic, right? You have that framing bit with the Weasel and Brav the Hublander. And those are very clearly a parody of Pfaffert and the Grey Mouser by Fritz Lieber in just everything, including the weird spelling of Brav the Hublander's name, right? So, but if you haven't read Pfaffert and the Grey Mouser, you just go like, why are those two dudes there? What's the deal there, right? And you have a lot of that happening in Color of Magic and the Light Fantastic, although Light Fantastic already gets uh, more coherent when it comes to like a plot in a lot of ways. So that I think that's one of the reasons why Color of Magic is sometimes hard to get into, because it is in a lot of ways a different book from later Discworld novels just by how it's written. No, you spelled that correctly, I think, Ida. Hey, Bulldog. First of all, welcome to your first stream. I hope you're fine. Uh, I wonder what made you show up here, but we'll do our best. See, as I said, I haven't read any Adrian Tchaikovsky either, because it's right now I'm reading other stuff. But I think it's I know there's that Children of Time is one that a lot of people love, especially because of the spiders. But Guns of the Dawn, I just like the sound because it always makes me think of Guns of Avalon, and then I'm sad that it's not Guns of Avalon. Yeah, that's a wise choice, Card. Yeah, I think that's a very, very wise choice there. Yeah, the man loves him some bugs. I have noticed that. See, that is also true. Maybe that's why so many people sort of like on the right wing grifter side of things are so big with AI, is that they now can have all the tits they want. I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. No, 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 not no. Also, not World Forge, but Word Forge. For words, not you know worlds. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I can blame it on my missing tooth, which I won't be able to after Tuesday. So that's that. Oh yeah, yeah. You said that you picked it up, Chantel. Have you started it already? Sorry, yeah, I'm very slow today, but it's I'm I'll speed up. Gosh, man. Yeah, if y'all write so much, then yes, it's difficult for me to follow. YouTube, yeah. What's the giant spider fantasy novel? I mean, I know there's a giant spider in Perdido Street Station, of course, and there's a giant spider in Death of the Author. So I don't know. Holy shit! Y'all are very, very active today. Now, so one of the things why it's so slow with the chat for me is that I have to go line by line with the screen reader, and it's a bit difficult because the more I focus on that, the harder it is to talk, and you know, it yeah takes a while for me to get a handle on this. I'm doing my best. Maybe I should just ignore chat for a while and just talk and go back in an hour or so. I don't think that's a good idea, but what can you do? Um, so yeah, Spiderlight. I've only heard the title. I've not read that. Look, Jen. I'm not judging Steve Bannon's Hitler salute. I assume it was not just an awkward wave. At this point, you can't awkwardly wave and go, "Oh, I didn't mean to do the Hitler thing," because that bridge has been thoroughly crossed at this point. Especially if you're like Steve Bannon and are all about culture being upstream of politics, or the other way around. I mean, politics being downstream of culture. And like, the guy knows what he's doing, right? Well, do that. Get yourself some food also. I think I've now finally caught the end of this of chat here. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I'm fine if we just go. If this was supposed to be a Hitler salute, you failed at being a proper Nazi. I think that's the kind of insult that someone like Steve Bannon really takes to heart, though. So maybe call him out for being a bad Nazi. All right. So let's now get back to talking about books and stuff. Uh, so one thing that I found interesting before we move forward to the book stuff again, like with the Daniel Green thing, the one thing that I find really sort of like which says a lot about BookTube and the broader culture beyond anything else, like almost almost all, like the overwhelming majority of any video made on the topic was made by dudes, and that I think is a sort of like sort of, if you look at the sort of larger systemic issue, that's something that troubled me. Like, most women booktubers did just sort of share Naomi's first video on like a community tab and go like, hey, you know, watch it, do watch it, believe her, believe them, and then go from there, or whatever else they chose to say, and that's that. And when dudes started talking about it, and I think the fact that even with something as even with something as fundamental as allegations of sexual assault, right? The main thing that happens is dudes talking about women, or people that are perceived as women, femme presenting people, but it's still men talking about them and doing the discourse thing, which may lead to the thought that maybe booktube is a very patriarchal system, patriarchal structure, and patriarchal community, even though there's a lot of women on booktube. But when it comes to setting discourse, it's still a lot of dudes, at least when it comes to like the epic fantasy side of things. And that's something I think is important to understand and to keep in mind, even independent of the individual case and whoever you believe there, and whatever you think of it right now, whatever will still come out. It's still the fact that, like, someone femme presenting came out with allegations, and immediately it was mostly men judging those allegations, making comments in all kinds of directions, and using it to basically put themselves in at the center of the conversation again. And that I think is something we should probably keep in mind, which is one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to make a video on the subject, because I'd just be another dude talking about it. And so I'd rather hold off for a while at least, and see where things go from here. Kadia, I am still reading Bone Silence by Alistair Reynolds, and I was mentioning earlier, before everything went weirdly sideways, that the final book in that trilogy is much more openly anti-capitalist than I remembered it from my past readings, and that I personally am very happy with that, because I think it's a very good approach of, when talking about ideas like piracy. Is you can't talk about piracy without talking about economics, without talking about capitalism, and all of those kind of things, and exploitation in a lot of ways, because that's fundamentally what sort of leads to a lot of piracy. It's one of the things I've certainly learned from reading books about piracy, or like the history of piracy, and sociology of piracy, and all of that stuff, is that, yeah, there's usually some economic pressures that lead to piracy being a thing, and usually it's being, people being dirt poor, or people having their usual livelihoods taken away by a colonial power, and so forth, which is, exactly why you have piracy, say, in at the Horn of Africa, right? Because, of course, if people that make their living used to make the living as, fishermen, as fishers, for example, can't do the fishing because we've suddenly sent in all these massive fishing fleets, then what are people going to do if all they have is a ship and a gun and empty nets because of no fish? They might just go and do a piracy, and you have that in like different parts of the world. And in a similar vein, you have had those sort of like situations of piracy as sort of the result of economic predation a lot of times. But it's certainly something that, because of the way that pirate stories were told for the longest time, has often been sort of like swept aside, in favor of just going for high adventure and individuals doing high adventure stuff. And I think what Alistair Reynolds manages to do with that trilogy, by slowly moving from the very, very classic pirate story of Revenger into the larger thing, opening up the world and so forth, allows him to tell pirate stories with like all the tropes of pirate stories, well, in space in this case, but still all those tropes, like hordes of loot and everything. You have all of that stuff, but he still manages to tell that story that sort of like systemic or structural thing that lies at the core of a lot of piracy things, or things connected to piracy, that often gets overshadowed by individual sort of like historic elements in a lot of like pirate books that are set in our world, right? Like, talk about Tim Powers and On Stranger Tides, he does of course mention a lot of these elements, but because he is sort of bound to the things we sort of know or don't know about 18th century piracy, he can't necessarily go step far beyond that while still telling like a compelling story. And Reynolds kind of circumvents that with the Revenger trilogy. Plus, it's just like a really neat and cool book. Also, surprisingly brutal for something that starts out as something that feels almost YA until the pirate stuff sets in. But you have like an 17-year-old and 18-year-old girl becoming pirates by accident, and then suddenly shit gets really brutal. So yeah, my point is, I enjoyed those books when I read them first, and now after having read all these other pirate books, I have certainly gained a lot more appreciation for what Reynolds is doing there, and that's always a nice thing. I see we're back to food discourse. See, that's like another thing. Um, and I mentioned that briefly in my recent in my recent video on Shadow Captain yesterday. I made a reference to Passage at Arms by Glenn Cook, which is the prequel to the Starfishers. I call it Star Seeders, I think it's something, because I misspoke in the video. Anyway, one of the things that those books get right, and that obviously sailing ship stories also get right, is food sucks if you're in an enclosed space, and it's all about like eating moldy bread and probably getting scurvy because you're out in space somewhere and have like months until you come to the next sort of planet or whatever, or if you're like on a sailing ship somewhere between England and the Caribbean, yeah, food's bad. So no pork chops there, I suspect. I have not read the history of money, Patrick. Well, good luck with the pork chop there. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm glad it was good. Um, yeah, I mean, Katya, what can I say? I am a dude. I try not to be an obnoxious dude. At least in that regard, I think that's sort of like what I tried to say with the whole like who was talking about stuff and so forth. It's like I'm trying to do better. And so I guess what I will do is maybe make a video on Know My Name by Chanel Miller, and maybe a couple of other books where I'm like, yeah, maybe just go and read some books, since this is booktube, and maybe it will help you understand sort of like the broader cultural things that make it necessary, or like that lead to something like the last 2 weeks on booktube. Because right now what you see is, and that's like the other thing that I find so frustrating, is right, we know that the legal system is not good at handling any forms of sexual abuse, assault, and all the sort of adjacent stuff. If boundaries are crossed within sexual relationships, consent is ignored, and so forth, and that happens so often, right? Like, sometimes by accident. Just to be clear, my point is, the legal system is incredibly under-equipped to deal with any form of that, which leads to the fact that if you are a victim of any form of sexual assault, right, what happens is you kind of have to go for like the court of public opinion, because yeah, where else? Unfortunately, if you go there, then yeah, shit is still very much rigged against women, definitely. I would argue probably also generally rigged against victims, but it also is very much about stuff like power imbalance, size of platform, all of that kind of stuff. And And that I think is like the biggest problem there is like that people that and we saw that with the Neil Gaiman situation as well, and what was her name, Alice Munro, right? Munro. Last year when the Neil Gaiman thing broke for the first time, it was like this one shitty sort of turf podcast from the UK, because those were the only people willing to sort of pick up that story, because tortoise media does have ulterior motives for attacking Neil Gaiman, beyond, or at least it's very easy to see how there are ulterior motives involved in that. That doesn't, change or invalidate anything that Neil Gaiman's victims have said. That's not my point. But my point is that if all you have is the court of public opinion and publicly, exposing people in public, then you also need to play by the rules of that of social media, of public media in any form, or and so forth. And that means if you don't have, certain levels of name recognition, platform, or so forth, you end up with very, very troubling people that may just use your story for their own ends. And I think that with the Gaiman and Monroe thing, it was really interesting because the see the article that came out about by Alice Munro's daughter about the sexual abuse by Monroe's husband, and how Monroe's they ignore that and sweep it under the rug and basically, defend her husband about all over this and all of that stuff. That article came out by a proper newspaper, done with all the research and all the stuff that, you know, functioning news media is supposed to do, like old style, old school style, traditional news media does. But that's because, being the daughter of a Nobel Prize winner and all of that, already gave Monroe's daughter enough sort of like name recognition to have access to that form, to that specific tool in the public market, in the supposed marketplace of ideas. Whereas the you know Neil Gaiman's nanny doesn't have that access, because how could she? And that I think is one of those important aspects to understand, that like, if all you have to go to is the court of public opinion, this still doesn't mean that suddenly it's easy. And you can see by how few people having any allegations of anything of the sorts, how many of them actually ever suffer meaningful consequences. It's still very, very few. And that's sort of like the frustrating part, where people talk so much about the damage that someone like Naomi King did to Daniel Green and his business empire. And yeah, of course there was some damage. I'm pretty sure there was. Um, but in the long term, most people are fine. Most men will survive allegations in the court of public opinion and just go back. Look at Louis C.K., right? He's certainly back making comedy. It's like, this doesn't lead to much beyond at least maybe the feeling of vindication, or maybe the feeling of justice. I don't know, or at least the feeling of some agency, or getting some agency back. And I think that's like a vital part. But yeah, I don't know. It's all frustrating and depressing, and BookTube certainly has a lot to learn when it comes to, what it means to believe victims, and what it means how to deal with those kind of things. Kadia, I don't think there's a Reynolds book I didn't like. I personally am not as huge a fan of House of Suns as many others are. But it's also been something like 15 years since I read it, so maybe I'll enjoy it much more if I reread it. I personally, I just like the way he tells stories in general, and there's also like a huge sort of like variety in his stuff, right? He has this like redemption, revelation space universe, which is more hard sci-fi with a very bleak sort of almost like cosmic horror Lovecraftian sort of like outlook on stuff. And you have that, but then you have his sort of like weirder stuff, like it's called Terminal Station, Terminal something like that. I think it's called Terminal Station, but I might be wrong. Which is one of those super weird stories of this planet where you have these different zones on the planet where different levels of technology are possible. So you have places where there's only like steam technology because anything far better, more modern doesn't work and so forth. And you have like a weird sort of like journey with lots of airships and cool shit happening, which is much more sort of like pulpy, and I really enjoyed that for what it was. And then you have like Century Rain, which is more like a noir, hard-boiled kind of thing in set in Paris. And then you obviously have the Poseidon's Children trilogy, Blue Remembered Earth, whatever the other two are. I don't remember right now, but Blue Remembered Earth is the first one, which is fairly sort of like optimistic science fiction about slowly moving out of the solar system, and it has elephants. It has elephants in space, which is really cool. It also is, centers around characters from Kenya, so it tries to sort of, have a more global perspective on science fiction in that regard. So really enjoyed that as well. And there's Pushing Ice, which is even more sort of like hard sci-fi. And yeah, no, I generally have enjoyed all Alistair Reynolds books I've read, and I think I've read most of them. I think like so. Here's the thing with Mad Ship, right? I enjoyed Mad Ship, but I do think that I would agree that within the trilogy, it sort of is a rough middle point, because it sets up so much more stuff for the final book for Ship of Destiny that it feels very sort of like it goes to all these different places, and it takes until like the end of Mad Ship or the beginning of Ship of Destiny for you to realize why all of that other stuff was suddenly necessary. So I can see how that can be sort of more work to go through than a reread of Memories of Ice, where you can go like, well, I know what's going to happen next, because you already know that even the bits that might be somewhat draggy will still lead to the Seat of Coral, and you kind of know that's going to be awesome, right? So I think in that regard, Mad Ship can be a tougher read. I personally think it's worth it, and I did very much like the entire Life Ship Trader strategy. So I would advise you to keep going, because it's definitely worth reading the whole thing. So yeah, but well, it's been ages since I read any Robin Hobb, and I have to at some point go back and read more of Robin Hobb's stuff, and certainly reread Farsia, because yeah, it's been 15 years or something like that, probably more. I Yeah, I think it was definitely before 2012 that I read Farsi. I think I read like Life Ship in 2012 or thereabouts. So yeah, my memories are somewhat dim. But yeah, one thing that I find really interesting with Robin Hobb is that she's one of the few fantasy authors that, talking about sexual violence, right, does actually write about sexual violence, as about men as survivors of sexual violence. And that obviously happens in Live Ship Traders, but there's in Wizard of the Pigeons. There's a really interesting situation. Um, Not to spoil anything, and obviously that's not Robin Hobb, but Megan Lindholm, so like her other pen name. But there's a really interesting situation about what I would read as a woman very much violating consent of a man, and how that makes her feel and how that makes him feel and so forth. And that was just like really interesting to see because I think it's what with Megan Lindholm being or Robin Hobb being very much sort of like focused on or paying attention to sort of like the psychological side of things and mental health costs and all of these aspects in her fantasy books. Um, it was just interesting to see someone have a very, very thoughtful and nuanced sort of approach to that. Much more nuanced than, say, in Live Ship Traders, I would argue. Hey, Colton, how are you? I assume you only showed up right now, so count yourself lucky you missed some drama, so that's good. I hope you do, Colton. I hope you do pick up Revenger. It is a really cool story, and well, space pirates, and it's a fairly short one, right? It's a fairly nice read. And that's like another thing that I really enjoyed about the whole series, and I'll talk about it tomorrow when I talk about Bone Silence. See, the thing is, like the first novel, Revenger, is written first person by Ara Ness, and the second book is written first person perspective of her sister Adrana Ness, and the third book is written in third person limited. And those choices I think are interesting because you can do it very sort of like interesting things about like the dynamics between the two sisters and about character growth and how we see ourselves and how we see others and perceive others through that tool of switching perspective and switching like narrative or like point of view in a lot of ways. And yeah, so it's a really good book. Yeah, and I know what you mean about like losing momentum. I've certainly had situations where I lost momentum and then decided it's better if I just go back and restart the whole thing because clearly that's especially with like something as long as live ship traders, like each of those is like massive, right? Those are not short books. They are sort of like the same. I mean, Mad Ship I think is somewhere around the length of Dead House Gates or so or thereabouts already. So yeah, totally get that. See, that's like another thing that I feel like that's certainly a problem, Jin, with a lot of these discussions in like a public setting on social media and so forth. That social media is not necessarily a place for nuance, or so I've heard, and it's also a place where a lot of people have like whenever you have like new technology, people need to sort of learn how to deal with that new technology. And I think one of the reasons why you have so many sort of like allegations, rumors, and well, proof, depending on what you're looking at, of influencers doing fucked up shit, especially when it comes to sort of like consent and relationships and all of that stuff. And it's not a booktube thing, right? It's like it's all over YouTube in a lot of ways, and it's very often it's sort of like the sort of first and second generation YouTubers, the kind of people that started in them or became big in the 2010s to maybe early 2020s, right? And that's sort of like the first generation of people that were fairly young but didn't know what mean sort of like people that became influencers not because they wanted to become influencers but people who sort of like needed like an outlet for their specific passion and found the internet and suddenly got famous through that. Like, nowadays you have people that decide to become influencers because they think it's a good career choice to become an influencer. That's different from people starting to play Minecraft on the internet, on YouTube, or talking about books on YouTube or so or whatever because they were, maybe slightly nerdy or socially awkward in physical spaces with other humans and all of these things, which is why you have so many, neuro neurodivergent people being influencers, especially that older generation of influencers, because for a lot of us, sort of like the internet was this the first time we found people that were like us, and we could suddenly, talk to other people um, with like much lower sort of like barriers in a lot of ways. And I think the problem with that is, of course, that once the whole like social media fan machine kicks in, or like general like machine kicks in, suddenly you're like 20, you have like no idea of how to behave around humans because you've always struggled with that. But now you're fucking famous. You're big. You have 100,000, 200,000 people watching whatever you are doing, and you're not trained for that. And there's a thing that I personally think is really interesting, and that is like a quote by Robert Caro. Robert Caro, the guy who wrote the Robert Moses book that I always talk about, The Power Broker. And he said, like, power does not corrupt, power reveals. So what it is like a lot of stuff that sort of lie deep in our understanding, behavior, and so forth are just not possible for most of us because we don't have power. But suddenly we can do these things, and that means a lot of people will do certain things. And a lot of stuff that you see with these sort of like first and second generation influences, I think, is people who have struggled with all kinds of totally normal human things, like interacting with others, having a healthy sort of like having healthy relationships with others, both romantic and just collegial and so forth relationships, all of that stuff. And suddenly you get this massive new tool that you don't exactly know how it works, and you don't know about like social parasociality. You don't know about like ideas of like power, imbalance of power, right? And all that. That's just not something you know. What you know is you're like 24, and suddenly you have thousands of people that really, really, really adore you. Like I have like me, right, with my 1462, 61, whatever subscribers, right? I have had people reaching out to me, like sending me messages that are what I would consider at least bordering on breaking boundaries and so forth. I'm not, naming any names or anything. It's not one person. It's multiple people have sent me messages where I'm like, holy shit, that's what I would consider weird. And if even I have that, I don't even want to know what someone with like 10,000, 100,000 subscribers has, and what kind of vehemence is behind that. Between where I go like, well, this is slightly awkward. I don't know what to do with this. To there, and you know it's very easy to sort of fuck up in that regard, is what I'm saying. The question is usually what you do about that and how you sort of reframe that. But I think one of the reasons why we have so many sort of like um, stories, allegations, accusations, proofs, and events, especially about those first and second generation influencers, clearly overstepping boundaries, whether on a legal up to a legal level or just something that I personally would consider still very abusive, but probably not something you can get any like legal consequences for, because our legal system is fucked. No matter where we live, partly that is exactly that. You have a lot of people that are socially awkward suddenly having basically handing a 12-year-old with poor muscle control the key to like a fucking Ferrari or Maserati or whatever, right? That's basically what happened there. And the consequences are obviously people get hurt, and it will take a while for people to get through that, to understand how to deal with that, what not to do, establish sort of like etiquettes of if you are a big YouTuber, you know, maybe don't accept direct messages, private messages from everyone. Maybe have like an official business, email where people message you for business stuff. Have everything else screened or blocked or whatever, because you kind of need to build that distance just for professional reasons. And that's something a lot of people need to learn. I think other parts of YouTube have maybe are ahead of BookTube in that regard, because there those sort of like situations have hit much earlier, and they've had to deal with it like a couple of years ago. Whereas in BookTube, it's taken until now for people to even start thinking about it. Unfortunately, then BookTube basically did the wrong thing and went like, well, I guess what we need to do is like whenever someone comes forward with allegations, we'll just ignore them until the other person, the other party has had their say, and then we'll make our personal judgment and then make a video about that and maybe talk about our experience as a psychiatrist while plugging our own fantasy books and being just like absolute fucking creeps about the whole thing, um, which is bad. It's frustrating, but it's part of that thing that I've mentioned previously when I talked about sort of like the responsibilities of booktubers. We need to become more sort of like professional when it comes to that and establish sort of like codes of conduct, like even if they are unwritten codes of conduct, understandings, procedures of like how to deal with these kind of things, and accept the fact that even if we are on BookTube, we're not Mr. Beast, but just like a 1,400 subscriber YouTube channel. There is already something different just by us being the guy on screen and not the person in front of the screen. That comes with responsibilities, and I think BookTube needs to take sort of like accountability there and just accept the fact that we are like, even I'm an influencer. I can't help it. I hate it, but and that's something that I think we need to get to, and that's certainly something I want to sort of like keep working on. But so much for me being being a dude and still talking about the whole thing. No, it wasn't. But look, Katya, no, it wasn't you. It wasn't anyone in chat or anything. It it's just something that I think anyone has. Now, I suspect if I were a woman, I would get like far more sort of like weird and harassing messages. Luckily, I rarely get those. Um, and it's not just about sexual things, right? Just to be clear, it's just like people feel that because they've seen a video of you, they're free to tell you whatever they feel like, and that can be really, really awkward. Hey, Britton, there you are. So yeah, hello, Britton, and yeah, yeah, I wasn't on that stream because I didn't know that was happening until like half an hour before I started streaming, and then I'm like, oh fuck. But then, but see, here's the thing, right? I just mentioned this, and as I said, and obviously the first reaction is to use humor, and that's understandable, and that's certainly what I would probably do in the same way because it is an incredibly awkward topic, and I think that's like the other part of the whole thing, right? The whole influencer thing. But we're sort of talking about generally socially, influencers, allegations of misconduct, and why that stuff happens and how to deal with that, but like on a like more meta level and not talking about any specific cases here. But the problem is um, that that kind of humor comes with like a certain level of insecurity on everyone's part, and I don't know what to do about that. But I think acknowledging that there is sort of like a there is a difference there between us hanging out, being friends on Discord or whatever, where we may there's a difference when we do that to engaging with someone as that YouTuber that is really smart or really good looking, or I'm not talking about me, right? But and suddenly dealing with that. And I think the problem is that in a lot of cases, like we just still don't know as as societies, especially people that are millennials, mostly millennials, I would argue, and obviously older generations as well. But like, we don't know how to do that stuff because we didn't grow up with the internet in that specific way, or not with the social media internet that we have now, right? And the problem is, of course, that you start using a new technology. It comes with risks and dangers, and with a lot of harm, and we just need to be willing to learn from all of that. I think that's sort of like where I want to sort of like end this. I said, like, my choice will be to maybe just make a couple of videos on books that I think may help. You know, make a couple of videos on books about, say, feminist theory, books about sexual assault, or like surviving sexual assault, dealing with the the larger sort of like deeper the legal systems behind that, the structural misogyny of a lot of societies, of the legal system and so forth. There's a couple of books like that. There's obviously there is Know My Name that I just read, which really, really good, really powerful book. Highly recommend it. There's it's called Not So Bad by Roxane Gay, which is just a collection of survivor narratives from different survivors of different levels of assault and so forth, and talking about that, and how to live with that, that kind of stuff. And I think it's probably the best way I want to do that right now is talking about those kind of books, giving you hints, like, hey, maybe read some books, read about them, think about them, and maybe come to your own conclusions, because that's, I think, more productive than me just being another dude talking about one specific case, and just by talking about it, objectifying someone who is, in this case, once again, very much at least femme presenting in a lot of way. So yeah, I don't want to do that. So I'm going to talk about those kind of books. So I guess beyond the Mormonism video that will come next week, if all goes well, you'll get a lot of like book videos about really angry books, or books that made me very angry and very sad. Yeah, which allows me to perform being a male feminist. Obviously, I'm not, right. Just to be clear. And it's not that I just started reading books like that this year, or like this week, or whatever. I've read books on the subject before, and I will continue. So I think maybe it's the same way that I feel like talking about a couple of like more of like nonfiction books that I've recently read on different parts of history and so forth. Maybe that's a good idea, because me talking about my thoughts on politics, on economics, or anything really, is one thing, but like telling you which kind of books I've read is, I think, also like helpful. On the one hand, it gives you context on where I get my ideas from, but it also kind of allows you to read those books and have your own opinions and ideas that are maybe probably different from mine, and then go from there. And I think it if it leads to all of us reading more books, and knowing, having more perspectives, and more varied perspectives that we can draw upon when we build our own opinions, then I think that's a good thing. So that's I think where I'll end the for now, the Daniel Green, Naomi King, whatever thing. Don't watch any of those right wing channels. Be outspoken when you encounter them. Do all of those things, and yeah, read books about why society sucks and what we can do to change that. Well, Pincus, if you don't know, I'm blind, so that's the trick here. I am blind, so I don't necessarily look at the camera, and even if I look at the camera, my eyes might not always point in the same direction. So if that was a serious question, I have answered it now. If this was an attempt at trolling, then yeah, well, then you know, then we'll see what happens. But I just assume sincerity here for the moment being. Um, you might not be wrong there, Chantel. I think there is something there with like having a crush versus acting upon it in harmful ways, and that's partly what I mean by social media being a new technology still in a lot of ways, where as a society we haven't like developed like a general understanding, or well, I mean, obviously we know how it functions, but like a more intuitive sort of code around what is okay and what is not okay. That just like takes time. It has always taken time. It took time with television, it took time with radio, it took time with newspapers, right? So yeah, I think you're right there, that like knowing how to act um, about having a crush in this more distance way versus having acting upon it by becoming by crossing boundaries and so forth. That's something that just will take a while. I think the only way we can actually get there is by talking about it and figuring it out together, because that's just like where we are. And the problem is, of course, that because this is social media and it's, corporate owned and so forth, we are at the same time we are a community that has to figure this shit out, but we're also all playing on the platform that is run by a corporation that does have very specific goals, which are obviously about maximizing profits and so forth, and revenue, which is not necessarily running in parallel with what we as a community need to figure out. So partly you have that situation that, for example, last 2 weeks, making videos about the Daniel Green situation was a very profitable thing if you want to, get lots of views for whatever reasons. Those may be monetary reasons, those may be just like validation reasons, anything like. But making a video about the Daniel Green situation was a very tempting thing for the last 2 weeks, and making a video on the Daniel Green situation was not necessarily a beneficial thing for the BookTube community, but it certainly was beneficial for YouTube as a company, because it created views and ad revenue and so forth. And that's what I mean by the fact that we are in this weird sort of like situation as a community, where we need to figure out how to behave, or like develop sort of like proper etiquette in a lot of ways, right? Of what to do, how to do things, and so forth. And that comes in conflict with the way the systems we express ourselves through, those being social media, the way those are run by corporations with a very clear sort of like profit motive. And I don't know what to do about that. Obviously, I wish. You can always ask me about Alistair Reynolds' Apollo. That is totally fine. And I was slowly trying to move back into book stuff. Anyway, my problem is more that I am really good at getting sidetracked. Okay. So one thing about the whole like you automatically assuming that it is a troll. See, here's the thing. I've spoken about that before. I think the problem is that yes, it is probably it, especially after what happened earlier today. I think it's very easy to assume that it is another troll. Um, but I personally trying to be an optimist in that I assume the best of any person I interact with. And I assume I'd rather And that is certainly a choice, and partly that choice is because I'm privileged enough to, I haven't had too many incredibly bad experiences and so forth. Right, that's a privilege. But I'd rather sort of like risk being disappointed once again than going the other way around. And that's one of those things that I think is important with what you might broadly call like leftist politics and leftist perspectives is assuming that on the whole humans are, I guess, good, and we'd rather operate on that and suffer the consequences than sort of preclude any positive surprises by shutting off all of these avenues in the first place. I think, and fundamentally, and I know that is obviously lost on the person already banned for all the anti-Semitism, but that's a very, very Christian sort of like thought, right? That's the idea of not only loving your friend but loving your enemy, the forgiving your enemy and expecting the best of other people. That's a fundamental Christian idea as well, but it's also a fundamentally sort of leftist idea, I would argue. Now, the problem is, of course, that people calling themselves Christians nowadays are not necessarily that good at understanding Christian ideas. But but now let's find out about the Alistair Reynolds thing. No, no, y'all are fine, right? It's all good. But I will let you know. No, no, you're good, Apollo. I don't think. Look, stupid puns are always welcome here. It's the one thing that I am always and without any excuses always in favor of is stupid puns. Oh yeah, because you missed some proper good old anti-Semitism telling me to look up who owns most of the corporations and how it's well, the Jews. Not good. Um, I would recommend trying Revenger still, yes, or another one. See, Chasm City has a very sort of like noir kind of hard-boiled kind of approach, and it is set in that larger Revelation space universe, which is a very dark, sort of cosmic horror-ish, sort of gritty, hard sci-fi thing universe in a lot of ways. But Revenger is a very different, very very different beast, and as I said, it is told in as a first-person narrative by an 18-year-old girl, so it has a very different tone, a very different vibe in a lot of ways. So if you bounce off Chasm City, that's understandable. I would try at least one other sort of Reynolds if you feel like you want to try more Reynolds, because there's always Eversion, which is a really really interesting one because it shifts narrative style throughout the story a bunch of times. Um, and then Revenger is an adventure story about people sailing using spaceships that run like sailing ships because they sail on the solar winds, and that's already really cool and really poetic. And it's two teenage girls running away from home to become sailors and maybe help the father regain his losses because he lost money on something, and doing the right thing, and then accidentally crossing paths with the most notorious space pirate queen that there is, and shit goes sideways from there. So it's a much more adventure-y kind of thing. It is in space, but it's very different in tone. So yeah, try it, or try a different one. So yeah, Chasm City is. I don't think there's a really good like a book I would call like this is if you want to know what Alistair Reynolds is like, this is the book to read. I don't think that exists because he has sort of done all these different things throughout his career in all these different sort of like it's always sci-fi. It's always got sort of like space stuff happening at some point, or time travel stuff, or parallel universe stuff, or whatever. Right? It's always sci-fi on some level, but it is always very different in voice and approach. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like him. Like for example, I mentioned the Poseidon's Children trilogy where that starts with Blue Remembered Earth, and that is partly set in Kenya, and it has elephants in space and neo-pronouns at a time when no one thought about that. Well, not no one, but like very few old white men thought about including neo-pronouns for gender fluid people in their novels. By which I mean 2013 or so. But still, so it's always different. Kadia, I really, really, really hope you would only ban right and not left. That's you know, I still have to read James, but like everyone is reading it and everyone is telling me I should read it, including Kadia, who's probably already typing a James, Percival Everett appreciation comment right now as I speak. Hey, Aura, how are you doing? That does sound really cool, Ori. Hoist Sail for the Heliopause does already sound like a really, really cool title already. That sounds really good. Ha! There was the Everett post from Kadia. What is written very well, biggest? James by Everett, or are you talking about a different book and I'm losing track of things again? See, I'm gonna read James and I'm gonna reread Huck Finn because it's been ages. And I think I've only ever read like a German translation, which I assume was already very much mellowed out in its language because it's clearly marketed as a children's book, and we don't necessarily have that many problems with changing language when it comes to translating children's books. So I'm gonna go and enjoy a Huck Finn audiobook. Audible has a free one, which is actually narrated by Elijah Woods. So if Frodo Baggins wants to um, use the N word a bunch, I'm not standing in his way. I guess is what I'm saying. And after that, I can go and read James and join that specific hype. Well, on that one, there is a very cool German punk song. It's Johnny Cash cover, and it's called "White Power, Golden Shower," which is about the famous problem that we have all had, which is you are at the party and everyone is there and you're hanging out with all your friends and you're drinking beers and beers and beers, and suddenly you need to take a piss, and there's a long line in front of the bathroom because everyone has been doing the same thing. So when the need is greatest, you then go and open the kitchen window and just let things run, and then you find out that down there on the street there's a skinhead Nazi standing, and you accidentally, well, you know, nature takes its course, and that is white power, golden shower. So now you know what kind of music I sometimes listen to. May it warm your heart. Unfortunately, the lyrics are in German beyond that specific line, but you know. I think like the interesting thing with Huck Finn from where I'm standing right now is that on the one hand, it is fairly progressive for the time it was written in, but that is still like 150 years ago. No, more like 100, yeah, roughly 150 years ago, right? So it has a lot of like incredibly racist and disturbing language, and something I found when I read last year, 2 years ago. Fuck, 2 years ago. I'm getting old. When I read the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, right? Which does have the whole like which talks about racism in a lot of ways, right? And it's very clear that at that time, Mark Twain is very much aware of racism against black people and is not a fan. He's very much on board with racism against Native Americans, which is sort of where you can see how how being progressive is not necessarily the same thing all the time. Um, but of course, the language is still like a very racist language that he uses in a lot of ways, and that's just something I find interesting. And in that regard, I think Huck Finn is one of those really interesting documents if you want to understand like a specific place and time. I do understand why you may want to, tone down the language for children uh, while reading sort of like the original, like maybe in high school, college, or whatever. For like the obviously the historical value is there, and I understand that. But I think if you're an 8-year-old child, you don't need to have the conversation on why it is okay that the why the N word is in this book and why your parents are still telling you to not use that word otherwise, right? That's not a conversation that adds to the enjoyment that Huck Finn can bring to kids at that age. So I don't know, just tone down the language for that, and talk about it later. I think most people could handle that, except of course people that have like very specific ulterior motives for insisting that the N word has to stay in there. Yeah, see, I think that's something I mentioned when I talked about Gog Magog, right? Gog Magog was the book I was thinking about. The idea of like having a story set on a river, like having books, the river sort of like travel as a story structure, I think is a really good one. And obviously not one that Mark Twain came up with, but Huck Finn is certainly one of the better examples. If you want to see one that is not very good, Dan Simmons wrote one. It's called Endymion, um, but sort of, and I'm pretty sure he did that because he wanted to honor Mark Twain while probably being unable to understand Mark Twain because of being Dan Simmons. But sort of like what you have with that, the travel narrative in general, like kind of allows you to have a firm structure and still sort of like showcase show like an entire society by having these set pieces that you go to, and then you have your adventure in this specific place, and then you drift down the river and you do the next thing, and it kind of allows you to tie in the landscape with different aspects of sort of like your themes in a lot of ways that not necessarily that other storylines don't necessarily work. And partly that is just because rivers as rivers with something, the water flowing downstream, and they have like all these sort of like associated sort of like elements and thoughts and ideas and concepts and connotations that we have when we think about a river versus say a road or a rail track, which are also obviously ways of having your travel. Like your classic road movie has, but it's a difference whether you are like driving down some godforsaken highway or whatever versus floating down a river, or driving up a river or whatever, right? And I think it's interesting to see that, and see the power and strength that is just in choosing that specific structure. And obviously it's something that say George R. Martin kind of ties into with his vampire novel Fever Dream, right? Which is, well, set on a riverboat on the Mississippi. I think it's on the Mississippi. It's been ages since I read it, but yeah. So I yeah, from what I remember, Huck Finn was a really interesting book in that regard, and I think it's been, as I said, I read it as a kid, right? And it did work better for me than Tom Sawyer, probably because of that sort of like structure of going down the river versus Tom Sawyer just doing Tom Sawyer things in town, which lacks that sort of like that clear structure of narrative. Even if you have these individual like anecdotes, they are sort of like sorted geographically and temporarily, and I think that's sort of like the strength of that sort of that structure, and that makes Arc Finn work so well. Yeah, Heart of Darkness is another example. Heart of Darkness is absolutely brilliant, also very depressing. I know that James is not a kid's book, but yeah, as I said, I mean, obviously James does very much, from what I can tell, very much deliberately wrestle with questions of race and so forth in, well, obviously from a 21st century perspective, and from a black perspective, one that Mark Twain famously did not have by virtue of being, well, not living in the 21st century, except for that one Star Trek thing, Star Trek episode, and of course, also being white. I agree, Jin. Children should be exposed to that. The question is usually the time and place, and the problem with something like when we're talking about older books that have something like this in there, right? The question is usually, do you make this all about that, or are you looking, because it does sort of like overlay all the other things that are also in that specific book, and you can totally talk about all the good stuff in, say, Huck Finn or any other like 19th century book, and have the racism discussion outside of that. Especially, it also depends on your age, right? A 15-year-old is, I would argue, should be able to have a conversation about the racism in Huck Finn. An 8-year-old probably not, because it is a very specific historic form of racism, and not the not necessarily the same sort of like racism that is relevant right now. And that's like one of those things that I've been thinking about a lot recently, in how American sort of like cultural hegemony in a lot of ways does sort of influence discourse, and how that is sometimes good but also sometimes bad, because like a lot of like racism discourse, when it's like English language and so forth, is obviously influenced by American forms of racism. And while there's obviously racism against black people in Germany, for example, um, German racism is far more, say, far more Islamophobic, and racism against people from Eastern Europe and people from the Near East. Partly that's historic. I mean, there's a lot of like anti-Turkish racism in Germany because of a lot of Turkish people coming to Germany to work in the 60s and 70s, and having conversations about very specific anti-black racism. Those concepts are not necessarily applicable without some major sort of like major overhaul in Germany, but because of sort of like the academic dominance or like hegemony of American discourse in a lot of cases, it takes a while for that to happen. So you have people talking about specific forms of racism that just that 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 happen here, but are not necessarily the main thing. Whereas sort of like the big elephant in the room is not addressed because it doesn't fit in that specific form of discourse. And I think the same is sort of like kind of goes when it comes to sort of like the racism in Huck Finn versus say the racism in Flashback by Dan Simmons. Let's pick that one for a second. I'm not going down that road too deeply, but my point is someone having racist stereotypes about black people in America in the 21st century has those stereotypes have changed some, at least. I mean, and I would argue significantly. So it's more important if you are talking about children, for example, to make them aware of, all the racist stereotypes and lies told about Latina people and black people in America right now versus the old school 19th century racism that you find in something that Mark Twain wrote, because one is more relevant right now, or more urgent to talk about. And I think that's where I believe that sort of like taking something out for a children's version of a book like Huck Finn might be preferable, because yeah, it it's probably just like makes it easier to do all of these things. And this I think is interesting, right? Like we've always been very very happy to cut and change and, well, bowdlerize, as the term is, books when we market them to children. That's been done since for fucking ever. I mean, ever since we decided that children should also watch cave paintings, that's when we decided to change the cool cave paintings to make them sort of like also good for children. I assume that's how that went down. It's like, okay, so we're going to reduce the genitals in our cave paintings, at least for the ones that are lower down where kids can watch them. And that's kind of what happened then all the way to, say, the 19th century, when Mr. Bowdler decided to take out all the sex and violence from Shakespeare so women and children could read Shakespeare and not be scandalized or destroyed by all the sex and violence at Shakespeare. And then it kind of went from there. I think I mentioned that before. As a kid, I had a children's version of Moby Dick in German, and obviously massively abridged and and very much cleaned up versus what I read when I, finally read it in English as an original. And no one thought about that being bad in any way, shape, or form. And that, I think, is the revealing part, right? It's you only start complaining when someone wants to take out the slurs, and it's like, why is that? Do you have like an actual good explanation for that beyond, you know, just wanting to be racist? Because I don't see that. Oh yeah, I know Ambrose Bierce was terrible in that regard. I do very much enjoy Ambrose Bierce. It's like the Devil's Dictionary is such a fun book, but yeah, it's not necessarily aged too well. Also, I think the Willows by Ambrose Bierce, or is that by Algernon Blackwood? I always confuse them, those two, for whatever reason. Both worth reading though. The Armageddon Rag. I'm aware of it, Colton. I truly am, but it'll have to wait until next month, because right now I don't have any Audible credits, and yeah, it'll have to wait until next month. Is the main thing there. And obviously, the next in March, I'm going to read The River Has Roots by Amal El Motar, which all of you should also read. I assume it's going to be really good. I also hope that it has some Blood in the Mist vibes, but I can't prove that. But it's about living next to fairyland and someone falling in love with someone from fairy, and you know, sh- should be good. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Heart of Darkness is a very, very good book, but it's not exactly an easy read. And what I find interesting about Heart of Darkness, right, is that it is a sort of activist fiction in a lot of ways, right? It's certainly part of uh, the international campaign of slowly talking about how fucked up, Belgium's or King Leopold's running of the Congo Free State was, and in that regard, I find it very interesting to compare it to something like The Jungle by Upton Sinclair and like other Upton Sinclair stuff, because it kind of comes from the same sort of tradition of like you have a real world issue, but you write a fiction story about, you write a novel about it instead of just writing a newsletter, not a news, like like a journalistic piece in a newspaper or anything of the sort, right? And I think that has mostly changed. Like we don't see that anymore. But like when people read The Jungle or like Heart of Darkness, they're like, "Wow, this is basically a report, like a journalist report of the state of the Congo, but it's also this story about existentialism, basically." And I don't know if that's a good thing that we've kind of moved on from that, or if it's a bad thing. I just find it interesting that there was a time where the only way of talking about certain things was apparently in novels, and then getting, I don't know, Theodore Roosevelt really mad at you for being a communist and writing about how fucked up the meat production is, or well, presumably getting Belgians really mad at you for telling them telling the world how the whole chopping off hands is maybe not a good thing. I am going to read some Everett. I already said that, Kadia. I know the Trees is free. I don't know if Erasure is also free on Audible, but that's kind of what's currently deciding what I'm reading beyond the stuff that I already own is what I can get for free until well next month when I have money again, which luckily is by the end of next week. Oh, the it's called If the Moon Hits Your Eye or When the Moon Hits Your Eye or something like that. I know it's coming out, but and I know he's also he has officially announced the next Old Man's War novel coming out in October. John Scalzi, that is. I don't know. John Scalzi is one of those authors who just publishes so much that I never get around to reading him. I did enjoy Red Shirts, and I did enjoy something else that I read of his, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna read another John Scalzi, and by the time I look up what he has published, he has like published like 5 new novels. And I'm like, so yeah, I guess I'll wait a while. The see the thing with the Jungle though, Britain, is that it may be propaganda, and I'm not disagreeing, but it is also very much a very stark sort of exploration of the conditions in the meat industry in and the exploitation of immigrants and all of that stuff, right? That's the point, right? Upton Sinclair went and did work in those situations to find out how bad it is. Like that's the point. Like the descriptions of all the slaughterhouse stuff, that stuff is real. That is not something made up for propaganda. I mean, there's reasons why it was one of the key factors that like led to actual the precursors to the FDA being finally sort of built up, because yeah, turns out that shit was fucked up. I agree it's still propaganda. I mean, it's very explicit about like how socialism will save everyone at the end, and that's certainly the part that does not necessarily feel very convincing if you read it now. I will admit to that, as much as I'm sympathetic to it. But I think it's also interesting to situate it, and that's something I've sort of like realized. And I should probably reread The Jungle now that I've read all of these other books on like labor struggles in the 1910s and 1920s and so forth, because I think sort of the real brutality of unfettered capitalism in the early 1910s and just the sheer like brutality is something that has been mostly forgotten or ignored, and sort of like the sheer revolutionary potential that unions and the IWW, the Wobblies, for example, and socialism had at the night at around that time. I think a lot of that has been forgotten, or at least swept aside into the larger sort of like narrative of like how the American economy works and all of that. And I think it's important to remember that like it reads somewhat grotesque today when you read The Jungle, but I don't think it read grotesque in any way when it was published in you know the 1910s, because it is much closer to reality than you might think in that regard. So yeah, I think it's still very much worthwhile reading The Jungle in 2025. And if you have never read The Jungle, go do so. It will certainly, well, hasten you down the path to vegetarianism, because while it may not have hit Americans in their heart, it certainly hit in the stomach. And yeah, highly recommend it. It also is interesting because when you read something like the slaughterhouse scenes in Perdido Street Station, you can see how those are very clearly like echoing the things happening in The Jungle. The same way that the slaughterhouse scene in Cahokia Jazz by Francis Spufford is a very clear reference uh, to the slaughterhouse scenes in The Jungle. Just worked with all the all the FBI people shadowing union workers as being something that Upton Sinclair did not necessarily look at, because that part got worse in the 1920s and so forth. So yeah, so I think it's worthwhile reading something like The Jungle still, despite its flaws, which are certainly there. Yeah, that's the point. Like, that's the point. Like, it was incredibly badly run, because that's kind of what happens if you don't sort of impose certain rules on capitalism. Which, to tie this all back to the whole like Polanyi thing, right? If you have an entirely supposedly free market, as they say, the free market doesn't care about humans, and humans kind of want the rest of society and the rest of the things they engage in to sort of care about them, which is why you may need some restrictions on, say, food production, while you may need or maybe appreciate the existence of like work safety, things like that. Having OSHA and having the FDA is not a bad thing because it leads to less people dying. And as a whole, I think most humans could agree that less people dying is a good thing. Capital, however, doesn't care about that, and the free market doesn't care about how many people die, as long as number goes up. And in that regard, I think both the jungle and was it coal and oil and or something about coal, whatever the other Upton Sinclair book is. Those books are necessary because that is very much sort of like the situation in the 1910s, which is why reading something like Burning Girls by Veronica Shadows is a powerful book, and reading or learning about the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire is another one of those situations where you realize that yes, like industrial capitalism very much killed people in the 1910s and like the 1890s and 1920s, which is killed more people than capitalism kills at the moment, or killed them more directly than capitalism kills people these days. And I think it's important to understand that. And yeah, so reading The Jungle, I think, is a valuable thing as a historic document. As a novel, it doesn't necessarily hold up. The plot isn't that good, especially the whole like the socialism thing at the end does feel tacked on. And that I'm saying that as someone who is very much sympathetic to what Sinclair is doing there. As a novel, it just doesn't really hold up that well, is what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. Have you finished the entire collection, Ori? Because the matches stuff is another story, though. The match girl stuff is another story in Veronica Shano's collection, Burning Girls and Other Stories. It's Phosphorus is the one about yeah, Phosphorus is the one about the Irish migrants working in match factories in London and having their actual bones dissolving because of, well, phosphorus poisoning. It also has a hand of glory in it, and any story that has a hand of glory in it is a good story, from where I'm concerned. Hands of glory are just like the kind of magic that people believe in or believed in that is just really, really cool by being so incredibly creepy. Yeah, I agree that obviously things have changed since then, and and that I think is the other part, like what I mentioned earlier with like how sort of like revolutionary or impactful socialism was in the early 1910s, right? Believe socialists in at that time, people like the Wobblies and all those groups, they truly believed that you could change these things fairly simply, right? There is an optimism, sort of like an optimistic, positive belief in change that has very much abated over the years and is no longer there at the where we are now, that you still see there, and it can come across as slightly you know sappy and naive and so forth. But I think it's important to when it comes to understanding why the system was so violent in its backlash against any form of socialist theory, ideas, or whatever, anything that even sounded like socialism, and why that is still there when you call when you say use the word Marxist or use the word socialism or socialist in American discussions today, you're still seen as like the biggest enemy. And partly that is because at that specific point, like sort of like in sort of like the ramp up to the Russian Revolution and all and shortly thereafter, people very much believed that socialism would happen very soon and it would in fact change the world. And some people thought it would change the world to a better place, and some people thought it would change the world to a much worse place. And since we still haven't had like actual socialism, who knows who was right? Um, but I think a lot of that, what reads like naivete these days, is just very much something that was in the air at the time. Having that sort of like, and just for that, it's I think worthwhile reading books like The Jungle or Oil to see where that is. Yeah, Hands of Glory are just like really, really cool and creepy. So yeah, like I think in general, like I did really enjoy the whole story collection there on Burning Girls. The one, oh, what's it called? Rats. Rats is the one. Holy shit. That is one hell of a powerful short story. It's a short story about uh drug addiction and mental suffering and mental health, and how sometimes drug addiction is something people do to escape their inner demons, their suffering, and so forth. But it's also, a Sleeping Beauty retelling, and it's a story about Nancy and Sid Vicious and the capitalist exploitation of suffering, and all of that in like I don't know 20 pages. It's just like insane. So yeah, read those stories. Read the whole book. It's so good. It's also going to make you very angry. Also, hello, Ben. Yes, I think a palate cleanser before Gormenghast is a good idea, Britain. I love Gormenghast, but it's some pretty tough going, is what I'm saying. It has a very, very unique sort of style, a very sort of verbose language, and it's very depressing because it's a lot of bad people have very bad stuff happening to them, and there's no good people in there. And even the ones that are not really evil but are just like sort of like aimlessly bad still suffer a lot, and everyone gets exploited by a an even more evil person. And yeah, it's it's depressing book is what I'm saying. Like it's a good book, but it's also very depressing. All right, guys, it is 11 p.m. I have to go and get another beer if you guys still want to hang out. If not, we can also slowly end this. But I just finished the 3 beers that I brought in this room when we started streaming, and since I am still somewhat suffering from the whole like flu, not a flu, like cold thing, and having a sore throat, I noticed that when I start talking and not drinking in between, my voice gets rougher, and I start coughing more, and I don't think you want to hear that. I mean, I assume it sounds really terrible through the microphone, although maybe one of the advantages of not having my usual desk microphone is that the sound pickup is less intense. So, what I suggest is you entertain yourselves, maybe, or you can just like ban random people and we'll see what happens, or I don't know. Entertain yourselves for like a minute while I go and get myself another beer, and I'll be back very, very soon in like a minute or two, or maybe two and a half. But yes, yes, Chantel, beer. All right, I'm back, and yeah, beer. Ooh, nice one. Apollo, I don't know. I think it's more of a coincidence than anything else. Um, I don't necessarily think that's like that's my exact rate of 1 beer per hour. It can certainly, I can certainly run on more beer per hour if needed, but I can probably also slow down. But right now, as I said, like with my voice, it's very much that I need to drink something, and seems beer is the only cold drink I have in the house, except of course, for water. How old is your kid, Chantal? Is he old enough to actually get a license? Ida, I too suck at computer things, and I studied computer science. Although it's also that computers are made to suck more and more. I don't know if I I think I shared that somewhere. If I haven't, um, uh, if you haven't read it yet, Ed Citron on Where's Your Ed at, who also does the Better Offline podcast, has a really good uh, longer essay about tech stuff from last year, like December. It's called Never Forgive Them, and it's I mean, he gets repetitive if you follow his everything he does and like read his newsletter and his listen to his podcast and so forth. But he has a very good point about how technology is made worse over time and harder to use, and how the fact it gets harder to use is something that most of us just accept because, well, we don't have that much of a choice, and how that leads to all kinds of terrible outcomes. Because if everything you do on your computer takes longer and longer, needs more clicks, and is more just like a worse experience, that builds up aggression, that builds up frustration, and that will go somewhere and bend somewhere. So yeah, what I'm saying is read that essay. I think it's a really good sort of like companion piece to what Cory Doctorow says about institutification, because it does sort of like look more on like the uh, he calls it the rot economy. Ed Citron does. He does sort of like tie more on the like sort of like shareholder side of things there, and I think it's important to be aware of the fact that when we say we're bad at computers, often what we mean is computers are making it harder and harder for us to work with them because of reasons, which may or may not be connected to capitalism. With 18, I think 16 is driving age in the US, right? 16 is driving age, 18 is join the military age, and 21 is drinking age, which is, I think, the wrong way around. Well, that's good to know, Aura. And no worries. Lurking is more than fine. I hope you're enjoying your lurk. Exactly. Exactly, already. The profit incentives are anti-user, and what I found so really interesting about the Ed Citron piece, though, is that he describes in detail how he bought like one of the sort of like best-selling lower to mid-price range laptops on Amazon, uh, and just like try to set it up. And he times like how long it takes to set the thing up and what he does and what he has to go through for just like through that process of just buying a new laptop, one that sort of like average users that are not, say, sort of too deeply into tech, right? The kind of thing that someone who needs a new computer just buys that thing, and how long it takes to set the thing up, and how long it takes to, you know, all the stuff, all the technology, all the things that are sort of like built into that, and how incredibly frustrating that is. And it works really well when you read that, because you can you notice the frustration there. And I think one of the sort of like issues when you talk to more like tech savvy people, more sort of like people that are deeper into using technology, whether it is because they work in IT, or it's people that because they are interested in tech and so forth. It is very easy to sort of build that sort of like hubris in where we don't necessarily understand how the experience is for people who are not as deeply involved in using technology in a lot of ways. And it's easy to sort of like go just like, well, why aren't they using like an ad blocker? It's like, well, there's a lot of people who don't even know that ad blockers exist. And that's not necessarily something we should feel smug about, because yeah, if those people are the majority and they are all suffering and they get angry and angry and angrier and angrier, then well, you know, they might just go and vote for the wrong guy. I mean, obviously there's way more stuff involved, but like at a certain level of like resentment and like constant like low level frustration with the world that comes from just like constantly taking more energy than you actually should take to do basic stuff that you need to do these days, I think is a worthwhile thing to sort of like keep in mind. Yeah, stuff just gets worse. Well, sure, join the Wobblies. It's a good thing. Yes, yeah, thanks for putting that down there, Ori. Ed Citron. And yeah, I mean, he's very close to Doctor O in some of his thoughts. He goes in like a different directions, but they have done conversations together and so forth. It's just different focuses, I guess. Which reminds me, I still have to read "Seize the Means of Computation" by Doctor O, which I haven't yet. But I assume it's something I personally agree with, because I do agree with most of the things with a lot of the things that Cory Doctorow says. Not everything, but certainly a lot. Oh no, Colton, I'm very sorry about that. By book, you mean you forgot to bring James, or are you also reading like a second book at the same time? Yeah, Jen, yes, up to a point, yes. I think that is more like a byproduct, though. It's not sort of like on purpose, but it's certainly something that uh, it's a side effect that is certainly beneficial to some of the things that at least part of the sort of like the owner class of Silicon Valley is certainly not too unhappy with existing. But I think they're not making user experiences worse to make people angry. They just don't care about users. But now that users are angry, they're like, well, I guess we can use as angry people to, further our other aims. It's more opportunistic. I would not sort of infer like any agenda behind that, like any sinister agenda. That's it's just like a side effect, I guess. Well, congratulations, Ida. But yeah, I am still very mad at like the last iOS update or whatever. They changed like the media library thing, and it's much harder to use with like a screen reader now than it was like a couple of updates ago. And it's so fucking frustrating to see all these things. We're like, wait, I've gotten used to this specific process of using technology. Now I know how these things work. Next update, and suddenly I have to relearn everything. And why? There's no good reason for that. I like, but but yeah, that's exactly kind of where that whole rot economy and shitification kind of thing comes in. Yeah. So I guess I still I really have no choice but to read James probably next month. That's like one of the things I need to figure out like next month. If I was smart, right, I would start working on some videos because I'll be gone. I'll be in Athens next like almost next week, like from the fifth to the 10th of March. I'll be in Athens in Greece doing heavy metal things. Now, if I were really really clever, what I would do is, of course, read the three Latra books by Gene Wolfe, and then film videos for all three of them in front of some impressive Greek ruins. Luckily, I'm not that smart, and I'm also way too awkward to film in public. I just can't do that. Makes me feel incredibly awkward. But yeah, so I should probably do something because I'll be gone for like an entire week and not do anything. So maybe I should. It also means that like all the new books coming out on the 4th of March are definitely beyond anything happening until I come back. Unless, of course, I mean, obviously, I think I can talk about the Amal El Motar book immediately because I think it's very, very short. So Audible says that it's like 4 hours, like 3 hours, 50 minutes or something, which may or may not be true because Audible's like length things are more of a guideline until you actually download the thing. I remember like when I got the Summer of Fire and Blood, which is a history of the Peasants' War and not anything to do with George R. R. Martin. Um, on the website, it said like 16 hours, but when you download it, it says like 13 hours and 1 minute. And now it's also changed on the website to 16 hours, to 13 hours. So I assume that there might be some shift, but I think The River Has Roots will be a relatively short book, so something you could read in one day. So maybe I can read that on the 4th and record a video and upload it while I'm in Greece. Who knows? We will see. And I'm sure there will be no further, political complications, no further booktube drama, no one, quoting emails or leaked conversations about the maliciousness of someone who accused them of something else. I'm sure we'll all be very, very fine from here on out. Yeah, Lateral in Greece would be perfect, I know, but it's it kind of depends on where and how to do that. Finding a place where to recording in public. I'm just too anxious, too shy. Like it feels weird recording when there's people around, and finding a place where there's no one around in Athens is basically impossible. And yeah, so it's one of those things where I'm like, this would be really cool, but my sort of like my psychological makeup is preventing me from doing this very clever and smart thing, which is probably why I will never be, a good influencer, because you need to sort of like be able to step over that sort of like line and do something like that. And we will see if I can overcome that at some point. But since it's also like in like a week and a half, I don't think I have time to read all. Although the lateral books are short, right? It's one of the things like Gene Wolfe doesn't write long books. He just writes incredibly dense books, but like each of the Book of the New Sun volumes, he is fairly short. And I think the Wizard and the Knight are probably his longest, like when we talk about individual volumes. Well, good luck with whatever you're doing, Britain, and maybe see you later, or maybe see you somewhere else. And if not, well, good luck with your break and everything. Look, drama always creeps in. You can't avoid that. That's just like, what being human means. It's more like picking which ones to engage with, which ones to ignore, and so forth. And so much of that is like personal choice. Um, yeah, Apollo. See, the problem there is that I'm going that like on the one hand I'm like, yeah, this would be really cool, and I'd love to do something really cool, but I'm also just too scared. I don't know, kind of difficult to explain that. I think that weird sort of like inner sort of conflict between wanting something and also not wanting something and trying to sort of negotiate that, right? Like it's one of those things I've noticed, right? With like why you get a lot of people like being like a lot of like cliche like theater kids being like social media influencers in a lot of ways, right? It's like you need to find techniques to sort of like overcome that embarrassment that comes from performing in public in front of an audience. And doing videos on YouTube kind of takes that away in case of, recording videos on your own in your room or whatever, because you do that and it may feel sort of weird talking to a camera with no one there, but there's no one judging you. And you delay the audience response by, uploading later and all of that. Um, which is I think why a lot of people start YouTube channels that don't have that. But when it comes to like being really good at being a social media influencer or whatever, being that larger than life person, having that stage presence, so to speak, like the performative stuff, right? That's once again where you need to be willing to embarrass yourself in front of an audience in public. You need to switch off that part of your brain that is constantly watching you and going like, don't do that, that's cringe. You need to switch off that part of your brain, up to a point at least. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, I haven't been on Facebook in a long time, but that's also because Facebook gets more and more unusable. Beyond just, all the weird people being there, all the angry old white dudes being racist being there or being sexist being there and all of that stuff. It also just like there's more and more like AI stuff in there. There's more and more ads being pushed. Like, I just, yeah, it drains so much of my energy just like opening that site and looking at it. And it's like, oh god, I know I have to look at this one thing because someone I care for who's only on Facebook did something, so I need to check. And it feels like wading through fucking quicksand just to get to that one point where you need to go, and you go back and you're just like exhausted for like just because you needed to look one thing up on Facebook for like 5 minutes, and it's brutal. So yeah, stay off of Facebook. It's not a good website. I know we all knew that before, but but yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the book stuff. I'm very curious to learn what you think about Death of the Author once you start reading it, Chantal, because I found it really interesting in so many different ways, and especially like the stuff about like disability and being in a wheelchair, or getting the kind of prostheses that allow you to do more, and how much that sort of like changes your character once again, like how technology that allows you to regain agency also changes sort of like your identity. I found really interesting as something that I'm certainly interested in, right? Like, I mean, there are always, there's research done on, eye surgeries and shit that could potentially at some point in the future help me see again. The question is always like, at what point do you do that if you get the opportunity, and how you relate to that? Because there are situations where you go like, well, yeah, but maybe that's not me. It's like, would you wear like the kind of thing that Jodie LaForge wore or not as a blind person? For example, it's like, sure, why not? Also, could you please make it look more like, 1980s aviator sunglasses and not just this stupid thing? That would be really cool. But for example, when it comes to, certain like implants and technology, that does sort of like change like how a body feels and how your body feels, and sort of understanding how much sort of like our personal identity is tied into a very physical sort of like feeling of who we are, I think, and feeling our body, or yeah, of feeling our body is, I think, something that we often sort of underestimate, like how much this stuff is just like embedded, in yeah, physically embedded in a lot of ways. And I thought, definitely the author does some interesting things in that regard. Yeah, I think so. Here's an interesting thing I recently came across, Ida, when we talk about cringe and so forth, that I found fascinating. So a while ago, I was in a situation, and I'm trying to be vague in case someone watches this that was part of that. Like, one thing I've noticed is that women, by which I obviously mean like femme-presenting people, seem to find it easier to sort of be supposedly cringe, or obviously the term doesn't necessarily work here, but in public than dudes, um, which I think is tied into certain ideas of, masculinity and the patriarchy, where you have, I guess, you get like more leeway, which is, to be clear, this is a bad thing, right? I mean, there's a bad thing underlying something that feels like a good thing right now, is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is that in a system where women are not taken seriously, or not as seriously as men, this does sort of like come with the side effect of maybe having more leeway, or maybe feeling freer to just like do things, whereas dudes constantly sort of like watching themselves about being as serious and as stoic and so forth as possible, struggle much more with just being silly in public, or even silly is still like a negative term, right? Like, being joyous, being, at least straight men. I think it's once again, you have something like that with openly queer people, right? You have that a level of freedom that on the one hand comes with having overcome, up to a point, overcome or overcoming, constantly overcoming sort of forms of repression, but there's a level of self-repression with a lot of dudes, and I've noticed that with myself, right? Like, the the way, and I think, and I hope I've gotten better at this, but it's still a fight, right? It's still a struggle, right? I hang out with friends, and they are starting to sing in public, and or I don't know, do something else that is just like really positive and cool and joyous and everything. And I'm standing next to that, and I feel that on a physical level, I feel myself sort of like trying to not be drawn in, and trying to sort of like stay aloof of that or whatever. And the question is always like, why? Because it's not necessarily what I, you know, it's a very much like an internalized thing where you kind of start struggling with that sort of like impulse of joining, because obviously, you know, doing things in a group is always cool, and there's like that sort of like thing you want to join in, and you that impulse of wanting to join in, right? You have that, and then your masculinity training kind of kicks in and goes like, no, 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 that's silly. People don't sing in public. You got to be the responsible man. You got to stand next to that with your arms crossed and look at them seriously and go like, stop that. That's bad. And that's so fucked up and stupid. But I think it's yeah, man, one of those more insidious ways of where say you know, a certain form of expectations of masculinity in the kind of patriarchy that we have sort of like prevents makes it harder for dudes, for that kind of dude that, you know, finds it relatively easy to sort of fit into expectations of masculinity. um those kind of people then struggling with, you know, overcoming that, which I guess explains why when you go and do like amateur theater and a lot of that kind of stuff, why those communities are often um more queer and have more femme presenting people in there than just, you know, your very clearly straight cis male, hetero cis male dudes, because there's something in what we expect of dudes performing masculinity that prevents them from being willing to sort of step out of their role in public, and performing always means stepping out of one role and taking on another role. And I think maybe that's kind of where that's at. I don't know. Sorry, I've been rambling. It's one of those like things I had like a spurt of an idea in my brain, and then it kind of got away from me. Yeah, I think like first of all, yes, Chantal, I can totally understand that, like how that feels, and yes, regaining agency is such an important thing, especially, you know, if it's something that you when you lose agency. I think it's different for people that have never had a certain form of agency. Like if you are born with a specific disability, then you don't have that. But if it's, you know, something like an accident, losing you know, an accident that leaves you with a disability, then you know the loss of that agency, and you feel that, and you kind of want to regain that specific ability. So I totally get how that can be incredibly empowering to, you know, claw something back from the universe, basically. Yeah, of course, Ida. I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like, and that's certainly one of the things that I'm always like, look, you can be as sort of like silly as you want, or as over the top as you want, as long as, you know, you don't endanger anyone else, and ideally you don't endanger yourself beyond anything that you can sort of like, you know, calculate the risks. Because obviously whatever you do, you step out in the street, you endanger yourself just by virtue of being on the street where there's, you know, people driving around 1-ton murder machines with way too much horsepower. That's just like the name of the game. But we judge that and go like, yeah, this is fine. And when we start, you know, say drinking in public and wander across the street, chances are that you know, we get hurt. Those chances get higher, and then that's still like a calculated risk. And as long as you're responsible in that regard, yeah, go nuts, do whatever the fuck you want, and be as loud as you want. But I, yeah, but I, you know, I'm certainly struggling with that, and I think partly that is, and I've not had, what you might call the most like explicit sort of like education or socialization when it comes to being ultra manly or whatever, but I've still picked up a lot of that, and I noticed that, and it's very much like a struggle, and I think to go back to the like embodiment thing, right, that I spoke about, like things being embedded and being embodied in a lot of ways. Um, when I am, in the company of people doing, sort of like joyful, extroverted things in public, something that kind of gets lost when we talk about cringe or whatever, right, is how much that is a physical thing, and it's a very specifically sort of like embodied thing, right? You can point to a part of your body and go like, this is when I cringe. This is where I feel that, right? This is like somewhere sort of like guts related. Also, what a beautiful shirt, right? Anyway, my point is, I bought it yesterday at the concert, but like the point is, you can feel that this is a very specifically sort of like a guts related feeling that comes with that, and that is sort of like trained into you, or like into me in my case, of course. Lots of times, sort of just by observing, by the media we consume, the people we interact with, what we sort of like witness while growing up, and so forth. It doesn't need like a father telling you what to do, because I grew up with my mother and not with my father, so yeah. um but yeah, there's like physical things you need, and overcoming that. And I did my a little bit of like amateur theater stuff, um as in high school and stuff like that, but like it's a struggle, and like a massive struggle for me to overcome these kind of things. And I'm always scared that people might just laugh at me. I'm deathly afraid of embarrassing myself in public. And I think, so here's the thing, right? Obviously, that is non-gendered. The fear of embarrassing yourself in public is a non-gendered thing. However, I think, or I believe that the things people performing masculinity feel might embarrass them in public are different from the things that people trying to like performing femininity in public feel might embarrass them, and that leads to, obviously it leads to bad things in both on both sides. Don't get me wrong, but it's part of why I think I particularly struggle with doing, for example, YouTube videos in public or whatever, because yeah, maybe I lack the confidence there as well. But also I think it's sort of like ingrained in that deeper sort of thing. No, Chantel, that's not cringeworthy. That is absolutely understandable. And it's one of those things, right? People don't understand what that means. Like being able to have those elements of agency. If you've never actually had to deal with that, yeah, you don't get how much that is, how important that is. First of all, I'm very glad you enjoyed it, Aura. I think that's understandable. With the protagonist, I think that's also partly on purpose. That's how I would read that. It's like it's about why people are difficult, and sort of like the more binds you find yourself in, and the more you sort of like try to sort of like get yourself out of those binds and those social expectations by doing your own thing, right? By forging your own path, so to speak. The harder it gets for other people to sort of like connect to you, because what we use to connect to characters, to humans, is all these heuristics that we kind of apply, right? We take certain expectations, and if it's easier to connect to someone and empathize with someone if they sort of fit the kind of expectations we already have. That's just like, and that's not a negative thing. That's not like not a bad thing. That's just like how we as humans function. But it means that as if you try to deliberately sort of like break expectations or ignore expectations, that makes it much harder to empathize or sort of like connect to someone. And that's certainly true of Zelu in Death of the Author. It's not a very likable person in a lot of ways. Someone I highly respect, but not someone necessarily you could become best friends with or anything. Yeah, you're right there. You're right there, Chantal. I think TikTok and up to that's I think the beauty of social media in that regard is that it kind of builds these sort of like safe spaces where you can explore sort of these aspects of your personality and your performance because I can do stuff on BookTube, and as long as I don't tell my family about BookTube and YouTube, they don't see what I'm doing here. They're hopefully not watching my stuff. um, and that is a form of freedom. And there's a lot of people like I know in sort of like that I know as physical people that I've interacted with in the same space, right? Trying to go away from the in real life thing because I feel that's like a meaningless distinction. Online life is as real as anything offline, but like people I know offline, there's a lot of most people offline I know offline don't necessarily know about my YouTube channel. They don't watch my stuff, and I go out of my way to not tell them because it allows me to do stuff here. It gives me a certain level of freedom because there is a distance, right? Like there's very few of you guys in chat right now that I have met in person, and that allows me to do stuff because it allows me to ignore that or like tamp down that sort of like that fear of embarrassing myself in a way. And TikTok did the same thing, especially because TikTok, like every social media app, right, brings its own culture, its own sort of like atmosphere, its own community. Even obviously there's like lots of smaller communities within those apps, but like they bring specific forms of culture with them, and those are a form of safe space in a lot of ways. And I think that is helpful. That is a good thing. And ideally, if you manage to do that in, on TikTok or on YouTube or on Instagram or wherever you are at the end of the day, right? If you manage to do that, it works for you. Ideally, you may, develop enough sort of like self-confidence to then take some of that out into the offline world and to your like offline relations and acquaintances and so forth. And if that's something heartfelt, and I assume at least for like at least the first and second generation adopters of any social media platform, that's usually a heartfelt thing. Before people start doing social media content as a business decision alone, right? It is heartfelt. It's a part of your of your personality, and acknowledging that and giving that room to sort of like build and to grow is good. And if you then sort of like know how to sort of integrate that in the rest of your personality, that will probably make you um, a more rounded person everywhere. And that's a good thing, right? I mean, that is a good thing. You are you're not wrong there, Chantal. Like now, I struggle to talk about that. I mean, obviously, able-bodied and conventionally attractive people always have it easier in that regard. I don't necessarily want to talk too much about like the whole like pretty privilege kind of thing because as a blind person, I struggle with evaluating that. You know what I'm like, yeah, I've heard that people that are seen as, hot have it easier, but I wouldn't know because, I don't know if they're hot or not. It just doesn't happen, right? But yeah, I think, and that's like another thing that is interesting to see, to tie that whole thing back once again to, what we said earlier with the booktube stuff and the Daniel Green stuff and everything. Um, a lot of social media, YouTube in particular, I don't know exactly about the gender distribution in a lot of other social media apps, but YouTube, for example, is very much a skews masculine when it comes to audience. Like there's statistics on that. There's more dudes on YouTube than there are women, and that means that if you are a conventionally attractive, able-bodied, femme-presenting person, there's going to be a lot of creepy dudes that are already there as an audience you'll get whether you want that or not. And that will make it easier to also proceed in all kinds and succeed in all kinds of other ways. That's fucked up, is what I'm saying. But it's how the patriarchy also ends up on YouTube is because there's more dudes and numbers are what kind of structures how these platforms work in a lot of ways. Hey Alex, how are you doing? Yeah, Ora, you're right. It's very much like a generational thing, right? That is another part, of course. It's just like if you're like Gen Z, right? You grew up with social media already being there. Like as a millennial, I grew up with like the internet being there, but social media not being there. But if you if your first social media app is TikTok, that's a very different thing from your first sort of experience with the internet is just a stationary computer and maybe MySpace, but probably something before MySpace, and you just hang out on LiveJournal or Tumblr or whatever, right? Those are very different cultures, and that's something I meant earlier when I said that when it comes to allegations of like misbehavior and misconduct in all kinds of ways, it's very often like first and second generation influences that take up the majority of those cases because those are people who sort of like were sort of early adopters in a lot of ways why when a lot of that stuff was not yet worked out. Whereas if you're picking up TikTok today as a 15-year-old, there's already a certain level of like institutional knowledge, unwritten knowledge in a lot of ways, but of like what to do and what not to do and how to behave and who to contact and how to talk to people and so forth, that the people that picked up that started doing YouTube in say 2015 did not have. So yeah, there's a generational context to that, I would argue. But then again, I mean, I'm not an expert on social media use. That should be clear. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like when you do like when you use social media for marketing, it's like one of the reasons why I'm, on Facebook. I was on Facebook a lot is that for the record label stuff, right? If you want to sell heavy metal records, you need to be on Facebook because that's where most of the, at least traditional heavy metal people are, because most of them are old white men, and that means you have to be there. And yeah, it's not necessarily good, but yeah. So yes, of course, people can have a hot voice and people can smell good and have a nice touch and all that. But with when we're talking social media, right? When we're talking social media and being cringe in public, it is very often mostly visual, and yeah, voice and looks is what you get. And if looks fall away, that already limits your sort of like perception in a lot of ways. That's what I meant by that. Nothing beyond that, but I think, especially when we're talking about like media, it is so incredibly visual, more now than it was like, I don't know, a decade ago even. So yeah, that's why the visuals. Also, I think that with when I say conventionally attractive, that is one of those things, right? When I say conventionally attractive, you automatically think of looks. You don't think of like a conventionally attractive voice, although I assume that exists. But I just don't think it has been sort of like standardized the same way, or circumscribed, I guess is the better word, right? Like, I guess we all sort of like have sort of like an idea what is a pleasant voice in a lot of ways. But it's not codified the way that we have sort of like visuals where we go like, yeah, this is a conventionally attractive person. It's like they have a specific look. Um, and that look may change over times, but we kind of know what it is. Whereas when it comes to other senses, that is not as explicitly codified. Yeah, I totally get that. All right. I mean, technically, if it's something you sort of like toy with, you can always record something or do something performance-wise, right? And then not share it publicly, right? That's always a possibility if you just want to explore the thing. Just don't ever make the mistake of watching your own like recordings or listening to your own recordings. That's really, really hard. And it really hurts. At least most people really hate listening to their own voices and seeing themselves on screen or whatever. But I mean, you can always try that and upload it and just not share it with anyone. So that's always an option. And I would encourage you to try that just to see how it feels. Like I've installed TikTok on my phone because I live in a free country, still until tomorrow. No, um, but it's not exactly an app made to be accessible to blind people, which I get it. Neither is Instagram, of course. Instagram is obviously not made. And that's another thing that I why sort of like the death of Twitter just pissed me off so much, right? Because of all of those like social media platforms, formats, and so forth, microblogging is one of the most accessible, or used to be one of the most accessible, because it's mostly people, well, writing text and yeah, obviously posting, pictures and videos, and you have that sort of like switch from something that used to be mostly text based slowly into images and sometimes video, but mostly images, and that kind of takes away a level of accessibility. And Instagram, by being a picture sharing app at its core, a picture sharing social media, is very inaccessible to blind people because yeah, and sure, there's ways of making it slightly more accessible, and you have AI image descriptions, and you have alt text and stuff like that, but that will never make the thing as accessible as, say, something where people are just sharing text. That just like is inherent in the format. And with all like social media platforms, sort of like shifting more and more towards like visual content, I do certainly feel that up to a point, the internet has gotten less accessible than it was, say, I don't know, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, I guess, which is, depressing up to a point. I'm pretty sure my MySpace profile is still out there as well. If is MySpace still up? I know it changed hands a bunch of times, but I don't know if it's still around. But if so, I'm pretty sure my MySpace profile is still up there somewhere. Although I never did much with it. God, that wasn't 20. That wasn't 2005. That was 20 fucking years ago. Holy shit. Yeah, I certainly have a face for radio. No, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's physical reasons why hearing ourselves feels so weird. I'm sure you all know that it's partly because, of course, when you talk and you hear yourself, it's with all the resonance of the bones in your head and everything. Whereas if you hear yourself through, speakers, all of that resonance is taken away, and then your voice just sounds different. But I personally have the same thing, like sort of with reading texts I've written, like editing anything I've written. Like if I write an email, if I write like a music review, whatever, if I have to go read through that again, just to do copy editing, like take out typos and everything, it is so fucking painful. It is so painful to read my own words again. It's one of the major things that I struggle with when it comes to came to academic writing, comes to music reviews writing, anything. I hate reading my own words. Like luckily I'm fairly good at typing and fairly good at grammar. Obviously not perfect by a long shot, but like at typing I'm near perfect. Right? Typing I'm good, which means that I often get away, especially with like shorter text, I often get away with not not reading anything I've written and just blasting it out without embarrassing myself too much because I'm pretty good at like typing. But holy shit, it's bad. It's so difficult. Yeah, I never watch my videos. It's I never do that. It's like I know what I said and then I sleep over it and I go like, yeah, I forgot to say these things and then I'm good. So I either re-record or I don't. And when I have like two or three versions of a video, I find someone far more charitable and patient than me and ask them to watch the video and then tell me which ones they prefer, and then I trust them because I don't want to hear that. Yeah, but I think, Ben, that's also the thing, right? Like our because of that like direct resonance like in your skull with your bones, that lends you bass and in your voice that you don't necessarily have. And then you listen to your own voice and suddenly that that physical vibration is gone and you're like, oh, why my voice is so high, how did that happen? And it's like, yeah, but it was always high, right? You just also had like basically you had your ear next to the wall, so to speak, and yeah. But I think that's like just like a natural thing that you always like your voice sounds higher to others than it sounds to yourself. See, one more year and Shrek is finally allowed to drink beer. Isn't that good? I assume he's an American ogre. No, I don't know either. I wouldn't say that. Obviously, I've only heard you talk like for like a couple of minutes, like on one of Matt's streams once. But the thing with voices is that voices are and partly that I think is because of like what I said earlier, that we don't have sort of like circumscribed as clearly or delineated as clearly what a conventionally attractive voice would be. Well, when we talk to people, and this is the whole like my favorite audiobook narrators kind of thing. And people going like, you can't listen to that book. It's narrated by that one person. It's terrible. You can't listen to that. It's like our sort of like perception of voices is so individualized. Where I'm like, I know Derry does really hate the narrator for the Live Ship Traders and Rainwild Chronicle audiobooks, I think. And I've listened to them and I'm like, no, that's fine. I don't it's not bad. And Derry is like, no, you can't. It's terrible. I'd rather read the book to you, narrate the book myself, than you having to listen to that. And I'm like, no, 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 don't worry. Not for me. It's totally fine. And then there's probably other voices where I would go completely, you know, nah, I can't listen to that. So yeah, there's always, there's gonna be people out there that think your voice sounds weird, and there's gonna be people who think your voice sounds great, and you just have to assume that everyone listening to you is part of this the latter group, and that's just the way you have to do this, I guess. Yeah. See, here's an interesting thing with the voice thing for women, and that's something I didn't sort of like think about too much, because I'm a dude, and I'm part of one specific culture and so forth, and I had like a conversation with a friend. Um, she's Polish, and she took like a German class at the time, and it was like a larger like German class for Polish people and Russian speakers and Polish speakers, like mostly Slavic languages. And one thing that she told me that I found really interesting, and it has sort of like changed my perspective, is that depending on which culture you're from and which language you're using, you are speaking in different ways, which means, for example, that like when it comes to speak like German speakers, both men and women are more sort of like speaking and enunciating from your chest and belly even, which gives you like a larger, deeper sort of like resonant sound in a lot of ways when you speak. Whereas, and partly that's cultural, but partly that's also like of like how the language sounds and all of that. Um, a lot of Slavic speakers um, are are doing like a lot of like vocalizing more from the throat and upwards, like from the head and so forth, which leads, especially in women, to having much higher pitched voices when they speak. And when they try to learn like a different language, in this case German, obviously, it means that they're still trying to sort of like speak with that higher pitched voice, which sounds unnatural when you hear that, because that's not how people in Germany speak, on like just like a vocalizing voice training kind of perspective. And I just found it super interesting. I don't know how much of this is up to academic standards. I'm not a linguist. I'm not a speech therapist or anything of the sort, but I found it really interesting because it's something I never thought about. Talking about privilege and not knowing these kind of things, but like that. Depending on which sort of like cultural and linguistic background you have, that may impact how your voice is perceived and how you pronounce and how you announce and how you speak. And that's, the problem is, of course, that if we hear someone, we ascribe sort of like attitudes to sound. We ascribe performance. We ascribe intentions and attitudes to that. And we hear a woman have like a what you, Chantal, described as a high girly voice. And we assume all kinds of like sort of like motives behind that. And it could just be that it's just like a cultural background thing, and the way that language is formed in that specific language is formed, that kind of makes people talk like that. And suddenly we go like, yeah, we misjudge people because of that. I just found it really interesting because it showed me on the one hand that, like, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's also a lot of stuff I just assume, and there's a lot of stuff I would never know unless I talk to people from like very different backgrounds. Because, like, how the fuck would I even get there, right? You know what I mean? The whole privilege thing, I guess. That is too little sleep, Alex. I came home at 2 a.m. and woke up at 7, so I'm running on 5 hours of sleep. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, Chantal, right? Like, you have like a specific accent that does, because we connect accents with all kinds of other stuff, like personality, education, all of that stuff, right? The more like Southern American sort of like twang you put into your voice, the more people will think you're uneducated. That is a stupid fucking prejudice that has like a whole history of like classism and racism and all that stuff in there. But that shit still fucking happens. And so much of, especially those kind of things, are sort of going, flowing under the radar in a lot of ways, right? You hear people in Germany with like a more rural accent. You think they're less educated, possibly less intelligent, which is, bad. It's not racist, but it's still incredibly wrong and hateful. See, that's good that you're like confirming that, because I wasn't a, you know, I only had one data point. Now I have two data points on that thing. I just found it really interesting because it was something I had never thought about. It's like, now this kind of makes sense, because each language has like different ways we speak. Like what you said there, Alex. Yeah. Um, if your those parts of your family expect you to speak Spanish, like even if you would speak Spanish, right? Like if your first language is English, then you would start speaking Spanish like an English speaker. And that's different from speaking Spanish like a Spanish speaker, not just in like the accent, but like mostly like in how you form words, and how you create sounds on like a much more like fundamental level. And that already like carries all these attitudes with it. I'll say this: I don't speak Spanish at all. Yeah, no, I don't speak Spanish at all. But that's like another thing. Like, but Germany is one of those countries where you don't need to learn a lot of languages. I mean, you can learn English in school. A lot of people in Germany are still very bad at speaking English. It's partly because of everything like in media being dubbed, so people don't have to speak English. and usually either learn like Spanish or French or Russian in school. Russian usually you used to learn Russian in like the GDR and like Eastern Germany, East Germany. The West is usually French and sometimes Spanish. But no one forces you to learn that like beyond anything, right? Technically, I'm supposed to have like really good French, but like my French is like it doesn't exist, is what I'm saying. It's like I can probably read some, and if you give me a dictionary, I can read more and probably get better at it again, which is something that you kind of have to do. Like if you study history at university, you kind of have to sort of like also know a bit of history of French and a bit of Italian and all of that. But like speaking languages, barely. I can barely speak German. And I can just about speak English, and that's it. Yeah, sign languages change. Sign language changes. Like Braille, for example, does sort of change. I mean, yeah, Braille also changes in a lot of ways. So yeah, but I think it's really cool that you actually got the chance to learn ASL in school. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any sign language. That one has sort of left passed me by. But yeah, it depends on the language. With Braille, it's more like you use the same like six dots for everything, but what you do is you sort of like designate what kind of language you're using from here on out, and then suddenly the sort of like combinations of dots have different meanings depending on which language you're using, or whether you're writing down musical notes or whether you're writing using numbers. It's always the same sort of like six dots that you're using, but they mean different things, which can be really interesting if and especially with Braille, for example, because it's so physical. If you have like printed Braille and like some of the dots kind of get scratched off or whatever, you can very easily misread stuff. I'm not sure about the riding a bike thing. I'm not sure if I could still ride a bike. I mean, obviously I shouldn't, but I don't know if I'm still able to, responsibly ride a bike after all these years. It's been a long time. I could still ice skate though. I'm pretty sure I can still do that. I shouldn't do it though, which is a different thing. Look, that's totally fine, Ida. No one should have to be able to speak German. It's not that important of a language, especially if you. I mean, you speak Danish and English, right? With Danish and English, you should be able to at least read most German and kind of get the gist of it. The same way I could probably, I don't understand Danish at all, but like I can, if I read Danish, I'm like, yeah, I guess I can sort of get the broadest strokes of stuff because there is, sort of enough sort of like similarities between German and English and Danish where you can sort of like mix the stuff together. Hey, John, that's a lot. Well, I assume that means you live in Belgium because why would you speak Flemish and French and German otherwise? Yeah, but yeah, language is weird, and I think like one of those interesting things with language, and that kind of goes back to the writing in a moment as well, right? Like, is when because language is something we use to communicate, but it's also something we use to sort of pin down thoughts or like any form of mental sort of like activity. It's very difficult to sort of grapple with that because if you want to talk about language, we still need to use language, and that sort of like keeps us locked in a specific sort of like place or format, and that's the same thing with writing, right? Like if we, use if you use writing and use fiction to look at fiction, you're still using the same tools, and that means it's kind of difficult to break out of that. And obviously you can sort of like bend that as much as you can. And reading something like Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce is certainly one of the ways where you can see someone trying to, dismantle, well, not dismantle, but you know what I mean, like at least push sort of the restrictions to their absolute limit. But you can never get out of that at all. And because it's so fundamental, and learning to speak, or learning a language is like the first thing we do, and it's just so intuitive in a lot of ways, right? It also carries all these like meanings and all these sort of like things with it that we then just like take as given, and then we talk about all the other stuff that language does, and basically ignore like the underlying things because they're too deeply embedded once again, right? And that's something that I noticed with reading. And I try to do that when I read books and look at like how language is used, and how you know prose styles change, and what you do with that, and what choices of words sort of like do. But it's very hard work because of language being such a fundamental part of like who we are. You need to sort of like deliberately step back and go like, okay, so why this choice? Like, you need to actively sort of like counteract your the intuition of just like going with the flow when it comes to like language. And I don't know how to do that most of the time. I try, but yeah, it's difficult. Well, I wish you a good night. You certainly deserve some more sleep after those 2 hours, Alex. So, good luck with that, and I'm sure we'll talk again later in case you fall asleep. See, that's one of the things I noticed when I was reading all the Redwall books, and it's the same thing I noticed with Lord of the Rings. Plants and like flora and fauna are the two things that are so language specific, right? Because it's like you kind of know what a specific tree looks like, or what a specific mushroom looks like or feels like. You know, you know the object, and you only know it in one language, and you only need to know it in one language. And then you go and you read a different book, you read a book in a different language, and Tolkien and trees, for example, right? When you get to Tolkien, he uses all the different trees, and you can read that book and just ignore all of them. It's like, what's the difference between a beech and an ash? I don't know. I will obviously recognize the difference if I I don't even need to reference like I don't need to translate what beech is in German, and I don't need to translate what ash is in German. I don't need to translate what any of those trees are in German for me to read the book and go like, yeah, tree works. And the same goes for animals. With that language specificity is so interesting, and Redwall was such an eye opener because Redwall uses all the rodents, and I'm like, up until I started reading Redwall, I'm like, I don't need to know what a vole is. I don't need the German translation of a vole to read a book where a vole gets mentioned and go like, yeah, small squeaky thing that birds, owls like to eat. That's all I need to know. Um, and then you have, or the same with like shrews and all the other different like rodents that show up in Redwall. I don't need to know any of those until you read Redwall, and suddenly the difference between a vole and a shrew and a field mouse and a dormouse and all those other, suddenly becomes like important, and then I need to look it up, and now I know the German equivalent, but and this is like the next step. I know the difference now. But would I be able to recognize the difference if I meet, a vole and a shrew? Oh, I guess kinda, maybe, hopefully, who knows? So I just find it's really interesting because it kind of shows you what like what, what fiction can do, right? In that you can use these sort of like tokens without them being tied to a specific meaning and a specific object, and you can still go like, yeah, this I can totally make sense of this story. It doesn't matter if this tree is a beech or an ash for me to go like tree and still infer enough of the meanings that are connected to trees for me to get what Tolkien is doing when he's talking about trees in this specific context and so forth. Same with up to a point Redwall and the different rodents. I just found it like super interesting in how those sort of specific things are so different. Yeah, absolutely. And he's a thing with the trees though, and something I've recently noticed, learned by reading the Druid book, Druid, Blood and Mistletoe by Ronald Hutton. Um, so Tolkien, Lord of the Rings thing. If you haven't read Lord of the Rings, this may be very weird for you. If you haven't read it a lot, this may still be sort of weird. So in book two, right, you have the whole end part with Merry and Pippin, and they hang out with Treebeard, and then Treebeard goes off and does the Entmoot thing, and they have the one Ent they hang out with while the Entmoot is going on, right? And is it Bregolas? I think his Ent name is Bregolas, which is translated into Quickbeam. Now, did you know that Quickbeam is, in fact, an Old English name for the rowan tree or mountain ash, which is the same tree? So Tolkien, by doing the Tolkien thing of being a linguist and going back, here's this old word that has the same that actually describes the tree that Quickbeam is described as looking like. He's described, as having like a more smoother bark, which is more like mountain ash or rowan, and all that. But it also has sort of like the meaning of being faster and more hasty in Ent terms, because it's called quick beam. Obviously, quick having all kinds of additional meanings in like older versions of English. And I only just found that out like last week when I read that Blood and Mistletoe, and I'm like, that's where Tolkien as an author shines, where you can see the brilliance of Tolkien knowing language, because he does do the thing by taking a word and twisting or using modern meanings of a word that had like an older meaning and connecting it to that older meaning by having that character sort of be, be that specific tree. And then doing the quick thing where quick suddenly means fast and no longer just means alive. And now, sorry, I know this is like super, super random and also like incredibly specific, but it made me very happy when I noticed that, like, holy shit. Also, I have to read a history book about druids to understand a reference in Lord of the Rings. Pretty cool, is what I'm saying. Sorry. That was a very specific random nerd thing. Yeah, yeah, no, like in for example, in German, beech is a Buche and ash is I guess Esche. I'm not quite sure. See, I don't need to know. Violet, that is very appreciated. I think Treebeard is described as an oak at the in that first scene when they meet him on the that step in Rohan in book two. I think he's described as an oak, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know Lord of the Rings by heart. I know it's a big failing. But yeah, sorry, I had to mention that whole quick beam thing because it was just like so interesting for me to see sort of like how and it's something that I think is really interesting when you look at just the craft of authors in general, where you take words that have meanings and then you twist those meanings and create new meaning out of stuff that has that sounds in a specific way and does something and goes somewhere and sort of like that love for words and playing with words, which is why I think that making stupid jokes, making puns is such an important thing, or such a sort of like helpful thing when it comes to learning a language and using a language, because it allows you to sort of like feel feel out sort of like the shape of words and the sound of words and the meanings of words and play with them and put them into new uses. And I think something you notice with like the best sort of like authors when it comes to like language use is that a lot of them are not above making a really stupid pun from time to time. And I think that is because you kind of need to be willing to do that, to sort of play with words, which why Terry Pratchett makes incredibly stupid puns from time to time, but also clearly is able to use language in a very, very deliberate, conscious way, and sort of deployed in very powerful and effective ways. It's because you have that sort of like a facility with words and language that comes from playing with it. And, playing being, well, an important sort of like thing that makes us better at everything is like learning how to play with stuff. And one of the fundamental things that, it's not just a human thing. Obviously, other animals play as well. But I think like playing as something that sort of allows us to figure out stuff is important, and being willing and able to play with language and giving yourself permission to play with language. And if it only means making incredibly stupid dad jokes, that is still sort of like a way of sort of like stretching your imagination and making connections between different words, different meanings that you can then build out into something like a story, or like, yeah, well, like any form of like text writing, well, text being, whatever it is, media. you can do the same thing with like visual stuff. Like obviously you can do the same thing with imagery. I think it's easier to explain with words though. That is good also. The books are actually really good. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that probably Lord of the Rings had something to do with that because yeah, that good that JRR did love him some trees. And I do appreciate that. I too think I've learned to appreciate trees much more through just like reading Lord of the Rings and like the whole thing when you have spoilers for the end of Lord of the Rings also, which I guess you still haven't read. The Sam's grief when he learns that they cut down the party tree. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, man. I've read these like three books, and it's all about different trees. And now they cut down the fucking party tree. This means war. It's like killing the dog. It's the thing that, that turns Sam into John Wick, and suddenly he goes and kills everyone. I mean, he doesn't, but you know what I mean. Um, very much appreciate that. Although the one thing that always sticks out for me in Lord of the Rings is the fox. The fox in Fellowship of the Rings is the one bit that always sticks out and always makes me very, very happy and smile when I read Lord of the Rings is the moment where we where, where the fox shows up and sees Frodo and Sam and Pippin camp in the when they're hiking to Crick Hollow at the beginning, and he sees the fox comes along, and because it's the one animal POV in the entirety of all of that stuff. And the fox comes along and he sees them there, and he sniffs and he thinks to himself, hobbits sleeping outside, three of them. There's something mighty queer going on. He was right, although he never found out what it was. And I'm just like, this very, very short passage explains so much about Tolkien, about Tolkien's very specific sort of like sense of whimsy and humor. And it never comes back in anything after that in Lord of the Rings. There's no more talking or thinking foxes. There is nothing beyond that. But clearly Tolkien could not resist making that one scene about the fox that was surprised by hobbits sleeping outside. And it says so much about sort of like the very specific sort of like warmth that Tolkien brings to his writing. That obviously not gonna be like Tolkien was the best person ever or anything of the sorts, but there is a certain sort of like warmth and whimsy in there, and the fox bit is where all of this is sort of like condensed for me at least. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I agree, Violet. Visual is much harder to do because it is more ambiguous just because of like visual perception being much more individual, I guess, in a lot of ways. Aliens in general, or just the Alien movies, John? Yeah, yeah. Sam as basically John Wick going after the people that cut down the party tree would be a really fun thing to do. That's also just like one of those really interesting things where you can see how Tolkien how Lord of the Rings is old because Tolkien uses gay and queer a lot. Like a lot of people are gay and a lot of situations are very queer because at the time those were not the terms used for like the LGBTQ sort of like sphere. And you read that now and you're like, wait. You read The Hobbit, right? And they go to Bjorn's place, who's a bear, and the chapter is called Queer Lodgings, and you make of that what you will, is what I'm saying. See, I sort of kind of agree. I think the third one did actually was an actually a really good movie. I don't think it had like I don't necessarily think it worked well as being part of like the sort of like alien universe. It did have like that feeling of like claustrophobia and in enclosed spaces. It did capture that really well for me when I watched it. But it's admittedly been like ages, so I might be wrong. But that part I did personally really enjoy. I don't necessarily think it added much to like a larger like alien cosmos or anything of the sorts, but as as like a movie of like claustrophobia and in an enclosed like community, I think it did work really well. Yeah, yeah, but that's the thing. Is like the language changes, and yeah, reading queer lodgings now just like reads like okay, what you doing there? And the same way that like everyone is constantly collecting faggots, and I'm like, and I had that recently. Someone was reading a book and was complaining about the F slur being used, and it's like, yeah, but this is a book from like the 1940s, and they're collecting firewood. You can't blame them for using faggot for collecting firewood in a book from the 1940s. That's just what the term meant back then. You want to look out for fairy if you're looking for like slurs at that point, right? That's you know know your history of slurs if you want to call people homophobic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, it did. Like the movies did move further away from the plot. The main thing is that, for dramatic reasons, I understand why they left out the last part of the books. That being, of course, the scouring of the Shire, which is, I would argue, one of the key parts of the book, or the thing that actually makes the whole, story work. Because it's, if you want to read this about someone talking, well, totally not making any allegories about, coming back from like a war and finding that, their country has changed and there's no actual homecoming, then yeah, that's kind of the that's kind of the key scene when they come back, and the scouring of the Shire is that it's it's very very sad. Um, and I find it so fascinating that there's like a large number of people out there who call themselves fans of Lord of the Rings and have not read that. They don't know. They don't know what happens at the end. They don't know who dies. They don't know what happens to Frodo. They just assume there's a happy ending when Aragorn gets king. And it kind of fucks me up in a way. And that's obviously no shade, no shade on you also there. I'm just like the fact that there are people who are never going to read the books, just assume that's how the story goes. It's just interesting to me when it comes to like sort of like how we create meaning and how stories change in a way that we can sort of like observe it right now. Like I read Lord of the Rings for the first time before the movies came out, but that's me. And I mean, we often talk about like say how Grimm's fairy tales, for example, were much more brutal in like the 1850s edition than they are nowadays, and how all of this stuff has been sanded away, and we just assume that's like a thing that happens over time and over centuries or whatever. And it's like, no, with Lord of the Rings, that's something that happened within 50 years. We just completely changed the meaning by chopping off something. And there's a large group of people, a significant number of people, who only knows one version of the story, and that's a different version. And if you keep doing that long enough, and you go back, you assume that there will be still there'll still be people who know about Lord of the Rings in say 50 years. What do you think will be the version of Lord of the Rings that people assume is the correct one? Just like, you know what I mean? Just found this really, really fascinating. Well, congratulations, Chantel. That sounds like success to me. Yeah, the movie skips the last part completely. The Scouring of the Shire doesn't happen in the movie. It just ends, with the return of the king. No, Tolkien doesn't actually do a lot of like very explicit um, you know, combat choreography, period. He doesn't even talk about, elves throwing dwarves. Um, yeah, see, Violet, I think from like a movie perspective, I think it does make sense to end it there because it is the kind of sort of like downer kind of thing that needs a lot of the stuff that is sort of like built up in, shorter side lines and stuff like that during the novel, and it pays off in the novel because you have the thing about Merry and Pippin in Isengard finding the long bottom leaf that Saruman got, so you establish the connection between Saruman and the Shire, and you have the stuff in the Prancing Pony with the people coming west and talking or coming okay, yeah, coming west, and talking about how things will change here, and you have all of these like setups, and these are all small bits and pieces that were cut out of the movie in a lot of ways because they are not necessary for the larger story in a lot of in general, right? And then you come to the end, and suddenly the Scouring of the Shire doesn't make sense unless you have all of that built up that you cut out because of turning the whole thing into like a movie. So I totally get why they did that. Also, sort of like the kind of the language of movie that we have sort of like built up, especially when it comes to fantasy or like epic fantasy stories, is that it ends with a large battle and then the restoration of normality and order, right? That's just the language we've built up. So having everyone go back to the Shire and find out that like now your hometown has been ruined by industrialism and people chopping down party trees, um, doesn't fit the language. So it would require a lot of like sort of like setup in advance for it to work within the logic of the movie. So I understand why they did it, but it's just interesting for me to see how that sort of like skip between mediums does lead to, you know, if you want to be all postmodern about this, you know, leads to a point where the question like which is the legitimate version of the story, like it takes away the idea of legitimacy, because if the majority of people think that Lord of the Rings ends with the destruction of the ring and the crowning of Aragorn as king, does that make it the sort of like does that make this it the story of Lord of the Rings, and the other one make is just like an alternative version or not? It's like how do you define that? I just find that really interesting to see as something that sort of like happened while I was there, right? When I read Lord of the Rings, that was just the one version that existed, and of course, the Ralph Bakshi version, but you know that stopped after half of it, and we kind of got over that because it didn't accumulate enough sort of like cultural capital to become the main thing on enough inertia. Well, your cousin can be very, very happy that there's even more endings when you read the book. Tom Bombadil is so good in so many interesting ways. I really love Tom Bombadil in a lot of ways. I know there's people who hate Tom Bombadil and they're wrong, which is something I have to live with. Yeah. That is true. Unfortunately, that's also something that is still very much on brand for like Hollywood, right? Leaving Saruman as a threat and leaving Franco in Spain worked out well for everyone concerned. The Balrog is definitely scarier. Shadow and Flame, and yeah, and the age old question of whether Balrogs have wings or not. Yeah, that's right. Also, there's so much stuff in those books. They are like books that are so much about just like describing trees and walking through trees. They are incredibly dense. Yeah, Violet. See, that's like a super interesting point that you're making there about religion, right? Like, I've one of the things I find really interesting with like the whole like Mormonism thing that I've been, reading up on over the last year is that because it happened like Mormonism started about 100 years ago, roughly. I was it was 80 200 years ago. I think it was 1823. I might be wrong right now. 1823, when Joseph Smith had that supposedly had that vision about the gold plates and the visit from Moroni. But because it happened 200 years ago in a fairly medialized world, we have a lot of documents, and we can see how this we can study sort of like that process of building a religion and twisting meanings and moving and changing stuff from generation to generation, or even within a generation. We can very much study that in a lot of detail, in the way that we I mean, I guess we can also do that with like say Scientology, but Scientology being only like 70 years roughly, um hasn't morphed as much. Whereas Mormonism has morphed a lot over the last 200 years, while still being incredibly well documented in the way that, say, early Christianity is not, because, after 2000 years, there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't exist anymore, so we don't know. And that's like one of the things I find really interesting in that specific regard, is exactly how religions sort of like often come from like an earnest sort of like wrestling with specific sort of like conditions and things, and then turn into something entirely different. And then you go back and look at it and go like, holy shit, that's insane, which is why it's so easy to make fun of Mormons, because yeah, so much of this is insane. But if you go down to that specific like 200 years, say, granularity of like early Christianity, you'd probably find the same amount of like weirdness, but we lack the specific sort of like documentation, I think. No, they don't have wings. Also, there is a description with a Balrog, and it says something like it spread like wings. There's a and some people thought that that means they have wings, and Tolkien, it it never got specified, but it's something you can see with like Balrog depictions ever since, is how some have wings and some have don't have wings, and it's a really interesting sort of like nerd thing that people have fought bitter battles about. I don't think it was a bowler hat. It was a different kind of hat, I assume. I just hope. But yeah, like I'm not saying I'm not defending Mormonism. I'm just saying, like, from the outside, looking at how a specific sort of like religion does change within 200 years, and how much sort of like things, how radically things can switch and change, is something that we often forget when we look back at, say, something like Christianity or Islam, where we go like, well, you basically have this thing, and it's basically uniformly the same thing for like hundreds of years of it. No, it's just like all of that stuff has been smoothed out by us not knowing, because all of the copies basically having been lost, and we just like assume that there wasn't a constant struggle between like people hating each other's guts because someone slept with the wrong person, and someone stole someone's stuff, and someone didn't pay the bar tap, and all the annoying stuff that happens in those situations. We just don't know about it, so we just assume it's like, yeah, we have you know a couple of people that start the thing, and then it just like stays the same until the Catholic Church becomes the evil Catholic Church and twists everything, and then we have evil Catholicism until Luther and Calvin come along and save everyone, and then it's also once again the same. It's like, no, that's just not the case. We just don't have that level of granularity because the sources are lost. I see. Here's the thing: it never says what kind of hat it is. I think in my mind it was more like one of those like more like Puritan hats with like a very broad brim kind of thing, but I don't know what kind of hat he had. I assume it wasn't a top hat, because top hats, I think, were more like a post 1850 thing, and the translation stuff happened in 1827 to 29. I don't know. Maybe it was a fedora. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, I recently, last year, that is, read Dominion by what's his face. God, I would have to look this up. It's about sort of like a lot of like the Christian influences in a lot of like underlying ideas of like how we do science and what we think about and how we think about like stuff that we don't sort of ascribe to Christianity, but that are still here, even if you call yourself an atheist and you're an atheist and you're secular as fuck and you still use things that are heavily influenced by Christian assumptions in a lot of ways. And that goes for all the religions, that a lot of that stuff kind of settles in on like a base level that is easy to sort of like overlook or ignore. Yeah, yeah. Lord of the Rings certainly is treated like that in a lot of ways. I just love that idea of like Martin Luther just like nailing his 95 theses on the wall of the Tolkien Society and going like, thesis number 3, Balrogs have wings. And then being excommunicated by the Tolkien Society for believing that heretical idea that Balrogs have wings. That would be really cool. And then starting the Reformed Church of J.R.R. Tolkien, and and you believe in Balrogs with wings, and also uh, a double predestination or something. See, I would believe that with the magician's hat because I read that Moomin story where they find the magician's hat and they draw out all you pick up all the fun things that come out of the magician's top hat that they find with the Moomin, that the Moomins find that belongs to the wizard. Yeah, it might be part of it. I think it might be part of it. I think partly it also was like the hat thing is also just like something where like different forms of like covering your head is a smart thing if you are working in like a rural environment. Like covering your head makes sense if you're working outside, whether it's because of the sun or anything else, which is why headscarves are such a big thing for pirates and uh, you know people in agrarian societies in a lot of ways. So I think the hat has those double things. On the one hand, it's like it has a very practical thing, but when it comes to specific hats, I can see the whole thing with as a deliberate sort of like contrast or distancing from Judaism. That might be something I would probably have to look that up to make sure. But it sounds like a reasonable explanation. Tom Bombadil, yeah, he's that power of nature. I think he's also one of the moments where, in Lord of the Rings, compared to the Silmarillion, Tolkien gets back to his inspiration from the Kalevala, in that he does the whole like singing magic. And if you read the Kalevala, which I highly recommend, it's a really interesting kind of text. Just don't assume it's the true like Finnish folklore. It's also very much sort of a text written to create like a Finnish national identity. Um, but one of the things you have is like at the beginning when you have like Väinämöinen, the and I probably mispronounced that guy. um, he uses singing like rhyming and singing as a form of magic, and he meets this other dude who comes to challenge him, and they very dude like behavior, right? They're on this track and both have like a sleigh and they're coming down the track on opposite against each other, and one of them has to stop and step off the road to like the other person pass, and of course they don't because they're dudes and they want to challenge, and then they have this singing contest. And at some point then Väinämöinen, being the you know bigger magician, sings the other guy into the ground because he uses all these magic words in his song, and then the other guy gets slowly swallowed by the ground, and that's very much the kind of thing you see in Tom Bombadil, the way he sings Old Man Willow to sleep, and all this stuff. I think is sort of like where the Kalevala influence kind of comes into Lord of the Rings. It's much stronger in the Silmarillion, of course. Yeah, yeah, I agree, Violet. That's very much sort of like where Tom kind of is, like, very much the force of nature, but like sort of like unable to interact with like human actions. Um, Chantel, so here's the thing. Like, I think I've read. Obviously, there's books that don't mention religion at all. Um, but that's not the same as having a book where the world doesn't have any religions. I would have to think hard if there's one where there's like no religion in the world versus like a book where just the characters don't think about religion because they're otherwise occupied, right? Because that's a difference. um oh, by the way, to kind of wrap this up, and I think we're about to end here because we've been hanging out for 5 hours now. Fuck. um the Kalevala and Ukri mythology, with heaven and hell creeping into those narratives. The ending of the Kalevala is a very weird Finnish retelling of the story of the Nativity, and Jesus coming, and Christianity coming to the realm, to the lands, and all of that. And I highly encourage you to read that. It's super funny because it uses all these specific sort of like Finnish folklore terms, and it's Maria. I think she's called Maria in this one, and not Mary, but same word. Um, and she eats from the this specific bush. She eats the berries, and then she gets miraculously pregnant, and then she wants to go to this place, and because of terminology, she asks King Herod to use his sauna to go there and bear her child, and King Herod doesn't allow her to go to his sauna, so she has to go to like a different sauna somewhere in the woods and bear her child there, and then the child is obviously Jesus and does the Jesus things, and um, and then you have obviously the old rulers like Vainimian and all of them, and Jesus does all the miracle stuff, and because Christianity, and then Benjamin gets just like really pissed and goes like, "So everyone, you want to really hang out with the Jesus guy, or you want me instead?" And then everyone goes like, "Nah, never fight with Jesus." And Benjamin just like drops his kantele, which is a very specific Finnish instrument. He drops his kantele and just like rows away and leaves, which is probably the most epic mic drop I've seen in like mythology. But it's just like so funny to read like a story where Mary asks King Herod to borrow his sauna to bear to bear Jesus Christ, and I'm like, see how Christianity sort of like, because what's interesting is that you can see how it does sort of like at the same time talk about Christianity. Take Christian mythology, that's being the Nativity, but twist that into also like making sense of the Christianization of these parts of Scandinavia and the Baltic region, with the whole thing of the old gods leaving once everyone else decides to turn Christian and hang out with the new kid, and all that. Just like super fascinating. So yeah, read the Kalevala. It also will. give you some really awkward passages about bears. Yeah, yeah. But the Wheel of Time thing is definitely true also, and then the power of the light guys. And I'm like, that's not how religion works, motherfucker. But in the long list of things that Robert Jordan gets wrong, that's just like one of them. Yeah, Asimov, that's true, Violet. Yeah, that's you have that in there, but they still sort of like believe something. Well, I haven't played Alan Wake 2, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, see, the interesting thing about the collab, like Tolkien took, there's the one story about Kullervo in the Kalevala, and the Kullervo story is basically what Tolkien took and turned into the story of Turin Turambar, son of Hurin, with all the stuff with marrying his own sister and killing himself and all of that. That is basically Tolkien ripping one story from the Kalevala and just like adapting it to Middle Earth in the Silmarillion, and then you know the bear stuff is just like weird, which it simply make fun of that, but like I think it's Wainamoinen goes and tries to hunt a bear, and you have those ideas like are more like hunter sort of tradition, and he's basically singing to the bear and appeasing the bear and everything, so the bear will then fall asleep, and he can then obviously kill the bear and do all the things. And that song is just like constantly charming the bear, and he calls the bear honey paws my sweet, and you read that, it's like there's so many ways of making fun of a Finnish dude calling a bear "honey paws my sweet," and then talking about how he will take his skull and hang it up in the tree afterwards. And I'm like, that's weird. So yeah, my recommendation: read the Kalevala. It's worth it. But yeah, guys, let's slowly end this. It's 1 a.m. here, and I've been doing this for like 5 hours. I should probably go to sleep, so I can finish Bone Silence, record the pirate video before I get my tooth replaced, or knock out another tooth, and then I guess there will be way more pirate videos, and also have to go vote tomorrow. I don't know what happens afterwards, if there will be like any live streams in the evening, whether it's Britain doing a live stream or me doing a live stream or no one doing a live stream and everyone being depressed at home and not looking at election results. We will find out. But yeah, I guess I really should go and sleep some after 5 hours of this. Once again, I'm really sorry about the whole like Nazi troll thing at the beginning and the tech issues with the microphone. I will hopefully figure out what went wrong with the audio. And whether it's the cable being broken or something else, and hopefully the next one will be better again. I truly hope they will not worship Musk, but we'll find out. I mean, I won't. I'll be dead by then, or so I hope. I mean, yeah, I agree, Violet. At some point, someone will go to Mars, but I think it'll take at least a couple more decades before it will actually happen. Like man flight to Mars, humans on Mars, maybe 2050, maybe. It, probably not before then. And yeah, let's do the Discord thing at some point. Maybe not tonight because I'm super fucking wrecked at this point. So thanks everybody for hanging out, and really sorry about the stupid Nazi thing at the beginning. I know it's not my fault, but it still feels like it's my place, and I should probably have figured out how to do the moderation thing before, and then never did, which sucks. And that's kind of my fail, my mistake. Anyway, uh, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you very soon about something else. Go read some good books. Maybe Revenger by Alistair Reynolds, maybe something else. And if you haven't read it yet, read Know My Name by Chanel Miller. Just be aware of the trigger warning because it is about, sexual assault and stuff. But if you haven't read it, and you want to understand what, rape culture is, go read that. And you may learn, and it'll make you very angry. And sometimes being angry is a good thing. And yeah, let's all, make the best of the next couple of days, and let's not, turn events, you know, let's not let that shit grind us down, I guess is what I'm saying. And yeah, good night, everybody. I'm really happy that you stuck with me